we welcome you all to the second day of the Standards Dialogue 2023 on the topic of Zero Defect, Zero Effect. We are all set to begin our proceedings with the second technical session on technical regulations and good regulatory practices. I request all of you to kindly be seated and put your mobile phones on the silent mode. I also request all of you to kindly take the front seats. We are once again happy to announce that our event is being live streamed for those unable to attend in person. Delegates from India and abroad have already started joining us virtually. A warm and cordial welcome to all our virtual participants as well. Before we start with the proceedings of the second day, let us hear to the Mana Geet, the BIS song once again for setting the tone.
सारे सूरज सारे सागर
सारा अंबर सारे तारे
उत्सव हो हम सबका जीवन
संकल्प हमारा है
पाथे सभी के सपनों का
लेकर हमें आगे बढ़ना है
कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है नई राह बनानी है सोच नई संधान नए कौशल के नए आयाम
हम जहाँ चले जिस और चले हम कदम हमारे हो
आकाश को गाना है
विश्वास जगाना है हर इंद्रधनुष सुंदर जगमग धरती पर लाना है
कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है नई राह बनानी है
While we wait for one of our panelists to join us. So we'll repeat the video we played yesterday on standards for sustainability.
Bureau of Indian Standards, pioneering innovation through standards. In this ever-evolving landscape of innovation and the continuous quest for standards-based solutions, Bureau of Indian Standards, or BIS, the national standards body of India, strives to be a guiding light of excellence and reliability. Let's take a closer look at how BIS has contributed to answering quality with sustainability across different industry sectors. Construction, going green, and building services. The construction sector is resource intensive due to its extensive use of raw materials, energy, water, and land. High waste generation, transportation demands, and long project lifespans contribute to this intensity and needs to be tackled suitably. Achieving sustainability in building use through active and passive technologies is also vital to reduce the ecological footprint. It is also pertinent that city planning and habitat development include aspects of energy efficiency, green infrastructure, waste reduction, and community engagement to foster sustainability through resource conservation and resilience. Here is a glimpse of some of the important standards formulated by BIS in this area. Energy efficiency, renewable sources-based products and systems. Energy efficiency plays a crucial role in achieving sustainability and has become a prominent topic of discussion in recent years. India has been at the forefront of promoting energy efficiency standards for appliances and equipment. By swiftly implementing energy efficient measures throughout the country, India is making significant progress in conserving energy resources and mitigating the environment impact. Some of the important standards formulated in the area of renewable energy are IS 14286 series of standards on terrestrial photovoltaic modules, design qualification and type approval. To facilitate off-grid solar PV application, BIS has published an Indian standard, IS 16711-2017. 48V ELVDC distribution systems guidelines. Standards related to wind turbines as source of renewable energy. BIS has published IS/IEC 61400 series of standards on design requirements to ensure that wind turbines are appropriately engineered against damage from hazards within the planned lifetime. Standards relating to lighting. One of the important set of standards formulated is IS 10322 series of standards, specifying the safety and photometric requirements of conventional as well as energy-saving LED luminaries. IS 17693 2022 Mid-Cool refrigerator. Water management, efficiency in exploitation and use. To ensure equitable water distribution to people by ensuring water saving, BIS has also formulated standards such as IS 17482 2020 Drinking Water Supply Management System. A few important ones are standards in micro irrigation, agriculture, keeping abreast of innovations. In agriculture sector, BIS actively embraces and incorporates the latest innovations, ensuring that industry standards evolve in tandem with cutting-edge practices for the benefit of farmers and consumers alike. Indian standards for biofertilizers. Organic farming. BIS standards in organic farming. Chemicals for a safer and healthier world. BIS, in its efforts to ensure a safer and healthier world, has formulated a comprehensive series of standards on the Code of Safety Standards for different chemicals. Few important standards published in this series are Waste Management, fostering circular economy. Through the development of robust standards, BIS is trying to foster resource efficiency, waste reduction, and sustainable practices, thereby driving the nation towards a more environmentally responsible and economically viable future. Some of the important standards established by BIS in this regard are Information Technology, pushing the frontiers of knowledge. BIS has identified the areas for artificial intelligence standardization based on national priorities in line with the Niti Aayog National Strategy for AI and pursued this at international level. It's a journey. We invite you to join.
So we repeated this video today for the benefit of all those who would have missed to see the list, the various Indian standards we have prepared in the field of sustainability. Particularly to note over here are the various indigenous Indian standards which we have prepared to address our own needs. And now I hope these videos already set the tone. With that, we will now start these as a technical session, the second technical session. A warm greetings from India and namaskar to all of you once again. I am honored to welcome you all to this pivotal technical session dedicated to the discussion on technical regulations and good regulatory practices. Technical regulations and good regulatory practices are essential for ensuring the safety, quality, and efficiency of products and services. They protect consumers, promote fair competition, and facilitate international trade. By setting clear standards and guidelines, they foster innovation and help industries thrive while maintaining public trust. In this technical session, we will explore the vital role of technical regulations and regulatory practices in ensuring safety, quality, and innovation through the experiences shared by our esteemed panelists. As we embark on this journey, I encourage you to engage actively in the discussions, ask questions, and share your own insights at the end of the session. And now, please join me in welcoming our distinguished moderator of this session, Ms. Asko Okuda. Ms. Okuda is the Regional Director, International Telecommunication Union, Asia and the Pacific since April 2020. She has also held the position of Chief of the ICT and Development Section of the ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction Division of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific from 2015 to 2020. She has also served the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. Ms. Okuda has also contributed to the UMOZA project, the UN Secretariat ERP initiative, as testing manager at the Department of Management, UN headquarters for 2 years. From 2002 to 2010, she was responsible for promoting a wide range of ICT for development initiatives at ESCAP and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa as Senior IT Officer. She started her UN career in the area of ICT for development at the Regional Bureau for the Asia and the Pacific. Ms. Okuda has obtained BA from Kyoto University, MA from Helsinki University, Finland, and PhD from the United Nations University. Her doctoral thesis focuses on the topic of e-governance in the context of anti-corruption efforts. I kindly request Ms. Okuda to graciously take the reins and guide us through the rest of the session. Welcome, Madam.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I hope that you rested well last night and really tremendously enjoyed the performance last night. And I would like to first sincerely appreciate the invitation of BIS to ITU to moderate this very important session. And I look forward to having very dynamic interactions with all of you. I just want to start perhaps with the summary of yesterday's discussions, which was very insightful, and thank you for the wonderful moderation. We all enjoyed listening to you. I think the key word which emanated from yesterday's discussion was about trust and confidence, and what's the role of standards in promoting sustainability. And we discussed inclusion and how to learn from what's happening in the interrelated and in a dynamic environment that we face. And if I can start very briefly about ITU, I hope that you all know who we are, the International Telecommunication Union. Can I ask you if you have heard about ITU? Please raise your hand. Thank you. Oh, you made my day. On a Friday, thank you. And our colleagues in ITU will be very happy in Geneva. So we are the oldest UN agency specialized in information and communication technologies. And as a UN agency, we promote the achievement of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, by 2030. So yesterday's session was very useful for us to take this discussion forward. But today in this session, we have an equally important task of discussing the technical regulation and the global best practices in regulation. And without further ado, I would like to invite our distinguished speakers to the dais. If I can share very briefly, we are very lucky to have the eminent speakers from India, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as the Republic of Korea, who have a distinctive experience and expertise in regulation in agriculture, AI, as well as the energy. So I hope that while listening to their presentations and interventions, you would have interesting questions from the audience, and we hope to have this interactive and stimulating discussions with all of you. So can I invite the speakers to come to the stage, and please welcome them with your applause. So I would like to structure this session first with the introduction of the speakers. And then I would like to give each one of them the chance to share with us what they do and their experience on this particular topic of technical regulation and good practices. And then I have 2 rounds of questions, one specific to each one of them, and the last round of questions on the recommendations and the way forward for G20 countries. So please make sure that you note down your interesting questions, and we will take it, if we have time, at the end of the session. So may I start with the introduction of the speakers? If you could project the introduction slides. May I start with the introduction of Mr. Al-Sheri. Mr. Sultan Al-Sheri is the Director General of Technical Regulations at Saudi Standards Meteorology and Quality Organizations, SASO, and he has over 10 years of developing regulatory strategies and conformity assessment procedures, as well as implementing plans of registrations. And next, Mr. Chansu Lee is the Director General of the Bureau of TBT Affairs, the Korean Agency for Technology of Korean for Technology and Standards. And he has previously been the chair AI and Data Standardization Forum, and he's currently the deputy convener of ISO TC 184, and he has also served as a professor at the Department of Industrial and Management Engineering, Ganyu Wonju National University. And we are also very fortunate to have Mr. Anwar Hussain Shaikh, who has over 22 years of experience in trade and investments, rail and supply chain logistics, and he's currently representing India as a counselor in the permanent mission of India to WTO Geneva. And from 2022 to 23, he was the chairman of the Committee on the Technical Barriers to Trade at WTO, and we are very fortunate to be able to hear more about what he does at WTO shortly. And as a counselor, he represents India at the Committee on Agriculture and its special sessions, as well as SPS committees. And next, we have Mr. G. Kamala Vadana Rao, who is the senior officer of the Indian Administrative Service with 33 years of diverse experience. Currently, he is the secretary to the Government of India, holding the position of CEO, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, a statutory body under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And he is also the Director General. He has served as the Director General in the Ministry of Tourism and Chairman and Managing Director of the Indian Tourism Development Corporation. So we have, as you see, a very diverse, distinguished speakers today. And perhaps without further ado, may I speak with Mr. Shaikh to tell us about his experience at WTO and give us the overall context on technical regulation, as well as the global best practices in regulation as you see in your current position.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ikuda. Good morning to you all. This is quite a morning. As Ms. Ikuda was introducing, we have on the panel people from energy, from IT, from food, and TBT as well. Incidentally, all these sectors come together on one platform, and when we discuss all these sectors, the regulations in the TBT committee, one thing that comes to fore, and what I have understood in my experience of having served as the chairman, there apparently seems to be a slight, I wouldn't say misinformation, miscommunication, slight misunderstanding of how the TBT committee, the World Trade Organization functions, and what it entails, what it means when it talks about standards and when it talks about technical regulations. The confusion starts from there. In normal parlance, we all assume standards and technical regulations to be same, but purely when you speak from the TBT point of view, standards are voluntary, technical regulations are mandatory. The problem gets compounded when one assumes that standards have to be implemented and conformity assessment procedures apply both in standards and technical regulations. We have standards, we have technical regulations, then we have conformity assessment procedures. In my informal discussions after the chair meetings, I've asked people, why does this confusion emanate? Largely because ISO, IECs, and standards like IS Indian standards and other country standards, they all presume standards to be same as technical regulations. There was one very good explanation given to me by one very old expert on TBT. He said, when you look at standards, there could be a car which is of very high standards. It could be a luxurious car, but yet you could also have a car which is produced domestically, which is serving low-end customers. Both of them are automobiles, both of them have certain standards, and it's up to the customers which one they want to opt. But technical regulations are mandatory in the sense that both these cars have to conform to the safety requirements. So that gives a subtle difference when you talk about standards and technical regulations. We have this struggle in TBT committee meetings when people consider standards themselves or technical regulations. We have difficulty when caps are administered both and technical regulations and standards. That's one area considering that we have people from different sectors and this particular platform, what BIS is doing, they're trying to bring regulators together and see how regulators can understand this whole complex dynamics of standards and technical regulations and what are the best governing practices that are around the world. I hope that we will have more discussion on this as we go along during this session, and when my turn comes around, I'll explain a little more on this, what we do in technical committee, in TBT committee and at the WTO. Thank you.
Thank you very much for setting the tone. And I think your intervention was very useful for us to be on the same page. Now I would like to go to sectoral aspects of discussion. And I would like to invite Mr. Al-Sheri, and this is the clicker, for your presentation on the sector, the energy sector, as well as the experience of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Well, if you allow me to stand. Do you hear me? Okay. First of all, thank you for the introduction. And I'm so glad to be here today, participating in this dialogue. Thank you for BIS. I'm so glad to share the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in terms of the principle that we are using in issuing technical regulation, and also the tools that we are using to implement this legislation. So here is the agenda. In the next 10 minutes, I will be going briefly and explaining, this agenda. Under the vision of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia 2030, and within the National Transformation Program, we as a standard organization and regulatory bodies, we established our product safety program. So this is the program where we aims, it's integrated models that we aims to make sure that all products entering into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, whether imported or locally manufactured, are safe, especially to those basic requirements related to human safety and health, and also protecting the environment and saving the energy. So how we can reach our goal or target? So we do have 7 elements that we are trying to working on them so we can reach our goal. Starting by the legal base, where we have the law of product safety and also the law of standard and quality. And then the second element would be issuance of technical regulation based on the risk assessment and also the priority of our market. and then developing the certification assessment body acceptance. So those who are working on behalf of SASO to make sure that the manufacturer and importer are following the requirements that mentioned in our technical regulation, and they are all located all around the world. So they are doing certification and inspection and also testing. And then to make sure that all of these three elements are effectively implemented, we have a conformity indicator. This is thing that we are doing as a standard body. We are going to the market as a normal consumer, and we buy product from the market, and by the end of each year we have that indicator, so we can measure how we improve in having a safe product in our market. And then we have an e-service platform that's helping us and supporting us to simplify and easy the process for importer and also manufacturer, so they can register their product and enter the market easy. So, and then we have also launched a platform that's connected with so many international platform where we aware regarding unsafe product, so that we can go and take action if there is unsafe products from stopping them entering the marketing, or also doing the process of recall if it's already in the market. And the last one here, or the last element, is to make the awareness. It's very important that our stakeholder knows more about our program by holding workshops and also having seminars and training for them. So the most important four principles that we are using during the issuance of technical regulation. The first one is issuance technical regulation for a reasonable objective, whether something related to health and safety or protecting the environment. The second one would be transparency by notifying WTO and also publishing that regulation in our national platform, so we can get the comments and the feedback from the stakeholder. The third one will be avoiding unnecessary technical requirements. As you all know, that the technical part in technical regulation comes from standard. So whether referring directly to the standard or listing or state the initial requirements. So what we are doing in this regard, we are trying to adopt international standard as much as we can. So we are making sure that we are aligned with what has been implemented globally. The fourth one is non-discrimination between products with different origin in terms of technical requirements or the conformity assessment scheme. So we are treating all products at the same level, whether imported or locally manufactured. So as you can see in this slide, this is the general framework of our technical regulation. As you can see also that the issuance of technical regulation passes through several phases, starting by gathering the information, and we do have so many sources to have the information from, whether international practices or cases that refer to SASO, and also we have from consumer protection and from also the custom and market surveillance. Once we collect all of this information, we do have the risk assessment report, and we do have the questions that need to be answered if we really need to issue a technical regulation or not. Are we defining the problem correctly or not? So once we decide that we need a technical regulation, we'll move to the next step, which is the planning of issuance technical regulation would be taken in place. So based on the methodology and procedure for each operation. And then we'll have the technical working team working to have the draft. In this stage, we are working too close with the standard department, so we can have the list of the standard ready. So then we'll notify WTO to get the comment and feedback. And then we have the three level of approval. We have the steering committee of conformity, who is presented by governmental and private sector members. And also we have the executive committee and the board of directors. After the approval and publishing the technical regulation on the newspaper, we have the implementation stage after the transitional period, which is stated as minimum 6 months. And then the implementation will be the responsibility for different authority based on the scope of the technical regulation. And then we are playing a very important role to contribute with and communicate with the authority to have or to collect all of the challenges that they are might facing during the implementation of the technical regulation. And we'll go back to the first stage or the first phase, so we can analyze them and do the needs for that information. Here is, I tried to simplify the previous presentation. Here is the roadmap where we have the most important thing here where I wanted to know that's the public engagement. We do, as a SAS, we are highly interested in public participation in our technical regulation. So we have, public engagement taking place in drafting the technical regulation, and also we have workshop before the approval of the technical regulation, and we notify WTO, and we have our national platform publishing that technical regulation, and we have the step of the approval, and then we have also another workshop explaining to the stakeholders the implementation stage and then the enforcement. I will not go into details. This is the content of our technical regulation. We do have one format for our technical regulation, contains at least 12 articles. The most important things here, what I want you to know is that we make sure that the scope is very clear for manufacturers so they can know if their product is covered by the technical regulation or not. And then also we have the essential requirement, which is the core of the technical regulation. This is the one related to safety and health. And also the conformity assessment procedure should be clear for everyone so they can know the certification body and also the manufacturer. And do we have also the transitional period where we give enough time for manufacturer and importer to correct their situation and follow the requirement that in the technical regulation. So this is the conformity assessment scheme that we are using in our technical regulation. We are following the ISO international standard, which is the 17067. We have 4 stages of, or 4 levels of conformity assessment, starting by self-declaration and also certification type 1A, we call it type 1A, which is equivalent to IEC-EE or the G mark or conformity certification. And also we have type 3, which is issued by certification bodies, and that's need to, the things that's added in this scheme is visiting the factory so we can make sure that the product is safe and there is a management system in that factory. And then we'll have the highest conformity assessment scheme is the quality mark. Our completion technical regulation, we have 55 technical regulation and 2 Gulf technical regulation. We started our technical, the issuance of technical regulation in 2015, and since then we started, and we want to make sure that all of our technical is correctly implemented. So we established our electronic platform called Saber. It's an integrated e-service where we allow manufacturer and importer to register their product and issue their certificate. And here's the purpose of our e-services platform. We can make the journey easy for manufacturer to enter the Saudi market, and also we make sure that all technical regulation is implemented correctly, and also we can trace and track the product in our market. Here is the comparison before Saber and after Saber. Before implementing Saber in 2019, we have the cost of the certification based on the value of product invoice. Now we have a fixed price for all products. The clearance of the shipments previously took from 7 to 15 working days, now only 2 hours to clear the shipment from the custom. And the communication with certification body was difficult before. So when manufacturer or supplier need to issue a certification for the product, they need to contact each certification body individually. So after Sabre, we have a unified platform. So all certification bodies is in that platform. And also the inspection by the custom was for each shipment. Now no inspection needed, only based on the risk. So here is the achievement after implementing this e-service. We contribute to improve the Kingdom ranking in trading cross-border index by 72 global ranks from 158 up to 86. And we also increasing the clearance and to 2 hours. And also we contribute to raising the conformity indicator. As I mentioned before, we have it 58 in 2016. Now it's 82 by the end of 2020. Here is the main stakeholder contributing to success of our platform. We have the important and also the manufacturer and the government entities represented by Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Industry, and also Ministry of Investment, and so on. So this is my last slide. I'm just going to show the journey of our product before entering the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As I mentioned before, the platform will allow to register the product for importer and supplier. If the product not covered by one of our technical regulations, so what they need is just issuing the self-declaration and entering the market. If it's covered by one of the technical regulations, so they need to send their request to the certification body to be reviewed and make sure all the documents is there, and then issuing the shipment certificate. And then we are also integrated, our Sabre platform is integrated with the custom platform. So all the information we have it in our platform is available in the custom platform. So no need to register again in that and having the details. It's already in our platform. So, and then you will have the product in the market. And the last thing is the market surveillance by the Ministry of Commerce. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for the very informative presentation, and I can clearly see that there is a significant achievement, and we can perhaps discuss more later. Now, may I move on to Mr. Lee to tell us about the experience of the Republic of Korea, and in particular the work of Korean Agency for Technology and Standards.
Thank you for being here. I'd like to introduce the brief chronicles of the Korean experience about the Electrical Appliance Safety Control Act. So here is the list of the milestones that we have. When the Electrical Appliance Safety Control Act was enacted in Korea, 1974, a type approval system for electrical appliances was introduced, allowing only electrical appliances that met technical standards to be manufactured and released to the market. So the 1974 is the and around before that 1967 we had the Industrial Product Quality Control Act, And after the 60 years, from 1967, we have Electrical Appliance Safety Control Act. So what did we before that time? We actually have a difficulties in, we had a difficulties in the developing economy. So at the early stage of 1960s, the Korean government tried to have a plan to develop the economic development plan every 5 years since 1962. So this time of year, 1970s, we finished the second period of the economic development since 1962. So we had two basic infras from the economic development. So one is the small advanced economic growth from the powerful leadership in terms of the economy. And the second one is the well-trained human resources from the education. So I think these two factors makes our economic growth in the current Korean economy. So this year is very important for the Korean economic development. Before that, we can stand from the Korean War by many other countries' help. For example, I had an article from the newspaper. So let me introduce this article. Here it is. During Korean War, India deployed a medical troop, 60 para-field ambulance that provided medical support to those injured in the war. Commanded by Lieutenant Colonel A.G. Rangaraja, the 60 para-field ambulance provided assistance to an estimated more than 200,000 wounded during the Korean War and performed more than 2,000 field surgeries. Among the 607 medical aid workers dispatched, a total of 10 members of the unit were injured and 2 lost their lives during the Korean War. So, on the behalf of the Korean people, I'd like to express deepest gratitude to the Indian people. So after the introduction of this law was significant for establishing an institutional mechanism to improve product quality and to protect consumers. In this time of year, the Korean government tried to focus on more quality than the safety, actually, because we are the country who wanted to export the product made in Korea. So as the system became established, the above law was revised in 1999, and the type approval system which was operated directly by the government was converted to the safety certification system operated by the private sector. So before 2000, the Korean government policy was moved to the government sector to the private sector. So in 2000, the safety inspection system, which required the business operator to voluntarily undergo product inspection, was introduced. Through this process, the government-led safety control system was transformed into a private-centered safety control system. After 2007, The self-regulatory safety confirmation and suppliers' declaration of conformity were introduced, laying the foundation for an advanced safety control system that strengthened product safety control by the companies themselves. It was during this period the current Korean National Integrated Certification Mark, KC, was introduced. Later in 2010, the Framework Act on the Safety of the Product was enacted to establish a product safety follow-up control system, providing the basis for a safety investigation and recall systems. Finally, in 2016, to eliminate confusion caused by the fact that electrical appliance safety control system and the industrial product safety control system are operated differently, and to improve and supplement the system, the current Electrical Appliance and Consumer Product Safety Control Act was introduced. This is the chronicles of the whole the Regulation Act for the electrical system. So currently, a total of 176 type of electrical and electronic products, including power devices, wires, cables, and cores, and information and communication products, are managed under the Electric Appliances and Consumer Product Safety Control Act in Korea. So basically, this law is based on the IEC international standard. The relevant certification can be obtained through a total of 22 testing laboratories, including KTC, KTL, and KTR. So this is the whole milestones for the Korean experience. I'd like to talk about the technical regulation in the Korean electronic product. In the 19th and 1970s, the early stage of the Korea's industrialization, the role of regulation was to ensure a minimum level of quality. So at the year of the 1970s, many of the university has the department of the quality-related department. For example, I graduated from the industrial engineering, so our department has the subject about quality control. So if you want to know about if you have any questions about quality control, please let me know. And so after the early age of 1970s, the graduate students poured out into the industry field. So they started their quality control experience from the start, I think. So I'm one of the graduates of those of the quality controller, I think. So this served as a kind of export inspection as Korean product began to be exported overseas. So entering the 1980s and 1990s, as the Korea's economy began to develop rapidly, the importance of quality control emerged. So CAT has many events to give award to the private companies to enforce or facilitate their concept of the quality control. So recently, we maintained those of government policy for the awarding system. After that stage, export competitiveness could no longer be achieved with a minimum level of quality alone. And in line with this trend, technical regulation were given to the role of improvement of product quality. Entering the 2000s, consumer safety has emerged as a new paradigm both at home and abroad, and the technical regulations have also played a role of consumer safety protection under the banner of safety certification systems. Since 2010, further efforts have been made to create a product safety ecosystems. In essence, the aim of a product safety ecosystem is to expand corporate social responsibility through technical regulation, strengthen the government market surveillance function, and ultimately establish consumer safety sovereignty. In particular, technical regulation in the field of electronic products require a product be certified to meet safety standards before market launch in order to prevent safety damage to consumers. After market launch, they can be acted as a market police that monitors and blocks the distribution of illegal damage and allow consumers to use products purchased without worries. So we moved from the quality to the safety. So I think most of the product quality, the level of the product quality is reached to a certain level worldwide. So I don't think we are worrying about quality. So recently we are focusing on the safety. So in terms of the safety, we got so many regulations from each government, usually mainly from the EU and the United States. So one of the challenging area that we have right now in Korea is the used battery. So as we discussed in the early morning with the BSI members, so we have a lot of electrical vehicles on the road, but the ratio of the total electric vehicle is about 2 or 3% of the whole vehicles, among the vehicles. So many countries are going to jump into the area of the used batteries. So I'd like to introduce the experience of the Korean situation. Recently, the electric vehicle market has been growing rapidly due to the greenhouse gas reduction regulations. The International Energy Agency announced that more than 10 million electrical vehicles were sold in 2022, representing almost 14% of all new vehicles. There are more than 0.5 million units of electrical vehicles were distributed as of last August in Korea, and our target is to distribute 4.2 million units by 2030. As the market expands, the used batteries have been highlighted as a significant problem. With the growth of electrical vehicle adoption, the global market size for used batteries is also expected to expand from $2.2 billion to $440 billion in 2050. So therefore, it is necessary to ensure the safety used batteries and strengthen resource circulations. However, the existing safety system was not comparable with the used batteries. For this reason, the need for total inspection of used batteries was raised, and the Electrical Appliances and Consumer Product Safety Control Act was revised to introduce a new universal inspection system suitable for used batteries. So I'm not going to say about the detail one.
Yes, Mr. Lee, perhaps on the digital transformation, we have a separate question.
Okay.
If you could continue that part,
Oh, sure.
maybe in the next round, that'll be great. Thank you. It was very interesting. So, can I move on to Mr. Lau to tell us about your organization and how the technical standard is being developed or implemented in the area of agriculture?
Thank you, Madam. Dignitaries on the dais and the dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. So, representing Ministry of Health, Government of India, let me address all of you with two important salutations from Sanskrit. Shatamanam Bhavati, live for 100 years. And Ayushman Bhava, you should live for a long time. So when you are talking about Shatamanam Bhavati, that you should live for 100 years, that is the age given by the Almighty to everybody in the world. We need to eat good food. Good food, nutritious food, a food with quality, a food which has some standards. Now, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India was established in 2008 following the Act of 2006. Earlier we had 3-4 multiple acts, Prevention of Adulteration Act, separate act on oil, separate act on adulteration of milks, but everything got subsumed into one act, and from 2008 onwards, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India has started functioning in this country. You are seeing how the global environment, the global climate, the carbon footprint, the increasing usage of fertilizers, the increasing usage of pesticides is affecting the growth and the distribution of the food and the food industry in the world. This is the time that all of us care for what is coming onto the table and what is getting into your body. With this objective, the production, the storage, the transportation, and the sale of the food items is the mandate of Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. We are also responsible for enforcement of all the regulations that are made by the authority. So Food Authority has 21 scientific panels, almost 200 scientists, reputed, eminent scientists in the country, representing various organizations like Indian Council for Agricultural Research, Indian Council for, you have Indian Council for Medical Research, you have Indian Institute of Millets Research, from fishery sector. So all kinds of sectors we have research institutes, and they represent National Institute of Nutrition, ICMR, Indian Council for Medical Research, all these organizations at the national level. These reputed scientists represent them, and they are the part of the scientific panels. They are the part of the scientific committee. All the chairmen of scientific panels are the members of the scientific committee of Food Authority. We have a very interesting system of drafting our regulations. We have a democratic system of drafting our regulations. It's not that all these 200 scientists one fine morning sit together and they said, okay, let's have a scientific panel on pesticides, scientific panel on milk and milk products, scientific panel on meat and meat products, scientific panel on nutraceuticals. It's not that one fine morning the scientists sit and say, let's bring out some regulation. It doesn't happen. It happens in a very, very democratic way. I must tell you this, what happens in India. We invite representations from the various industries. If we are bringing out some regulation on nutraceutical products, we invite people from the industry, representatives from the industry, and also the consumers, the general public, the civil society. And based on that, we place it before the committee, before the panel, and discuss. And again, it goes to scientific committee. Scientific committee discusses and brings it to the authority. In the authority, again, industry representation is there. And it goes to the ministry. And it's not ending there. We only issue a draft guidelines. Again, leave the entire country to discuss about this, the draft guidelines. And these guidelines are discussed, debated in every part of this country. And again, it comes to the highest authority. Then we issue the notification. This is how all the notifications of the regulation, that means all the stakeholders in the food industry, a particular segment, are engaged in the decision-making process. European Union also does, and the European Union, in fact, they place it before the Parliament for the approvals of the standards and the regulations. Our enforcement is throughout the country, all the food safety commissioners in the state, in the federal level. So they are engaged in enforcing, they derive the power from the Act. So with the total food safety officers of around 4,000 people, all the officers throughout the country, they are engaged in enforcing these regulations. We have a wonderful quality labs. The lab system, more than 250 labs are functioning in the country. All these labs are ISO 17025. Then the equipment which is used is high-end equipment. All these labs have got their own the connectivity. We have something called InfolNet. All the labs are connected through a portal. So whatever is tested there, we have 75 lakh food business operators working in this country. All these food business operators, they register on our portal of Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. And the interaction between the authority and the food business operator happens through this portal. So this is the ecosystem, the framework, regulatory framework that we have. And what are we doing? We conduct regular samplings. National level samplings are taken up. Sampling of tea, sampling of milk and milk products, sampling of oils. So it is a regular activity we take up at the national level. We engage professionals to conduct this survey and the sample, and we present to all the stakeholders. We tell them these are the challenges that is coming up, these are the corrections that you should make. So that's how the system moves on. We also have training programs in a very big way. The 75 lakh business operators are regularly trained. To train them, we have more than 220 training institutions, training agencies. They are engaged to train these people throughout the country. Eat Right is one thing, a big mission that we have taken up, thanks to the direction given by Honorable Prime Minister, that what is, you are seeing what the ultra-processed foods which are coming up now. We just discussed about fertilizer, usage of fertilizers. The food habits of the younger generation, food habits of the elder generation is changing from country to country. The new foods are coming. Food from America is coming to Korea. Korean food is coming to India. Indian food is going globally. So it is a global market now. Everybody's food habits have changed. Therefore, it is very important to tell everybody what is that you should be eating. What is right food that you should take. RDA, that recommended dietary allowance, is what? How much protein should go into your body, how many vitamins should macro and micro nutrients, what is the quantity of this, how much iron should be taken, how much zinc should get into you, or how much riboflavin should get into your body. So we have certain standards that every country has. We also have our National Institute of Nutrition, which recommends this. And we tell the public in the country that these are the micro and macronutrients that we must take, and these are the sources from which we should take. For that, Eat Right melas are conducted. Eat Right conferences are conducted throughout the country in capital cities of the states and also in the rural areas. We engage the civil society, NGOs, and tell them to eat. Organic food is also becoming very important. We also tell them about the importance of organic food. So these are the few things which I want to tell about our organization, which we're doing, and we'll take up later the technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this very informative intervention. We learned a lot about food safety in India. So in view of the time limitation, can I propose that perhaps I can combine the first round and second round of questions and give each speaker 3 to 5 minutes to answer the questions. That means that there is one technical aspect of question, and if you could also share with us your thoughts on any recommendations that you'd like to make to G20 countries, that would be great, so that I will not become the bottleneck between your lunch and our session. But I know that you have a lot of good questions that you have in mind. So let me try to ask those important questions to the distinguished panelists. Can I start with Mr. Shaikh? In your opinion, what are the most pressing challenges that G20 member countries face in implementing effective technical regulations and good regulatory practices? How can these challenges be addressed through collaboration and improvement?
Thank you, Ms. Okuda. If you remember yesterday during the inauguration session, the Commerce Secretary made a very interesting point, or rather a very, very pertinent point. He said in the WTO regime, in the process of reducing tariffs, there was a leeway given for non-tariff measures which member countries can utilize. Over time, these non-tariff measures turned into non-tariff barriers. There are two major agreements among many agreements. One is the TPT agreement, the other one is SPS agreement. Both these agreements allow member countries to have measures to protect the national security, to protect, at least in TPT, to protect the deceptive practices, to protect the health and the environment. Member countries have got this right. But then these agreements also say that these measures should not be more restrictive than what they are required. So the challenge here is for not just for the G20 countries, but other countries also, is to draw that balance. At what extent do these regulations go beyond which they become restrictive? They are complex in that sense. That's a major challenge. The second challenge is, I'm speaking from the TBT perspective, from the technical perspective, because that is where the interface happens with the standards and the technical regulations that member countries have. The other challenge is, a member might have a standard, a member might have a technical regulation, but what essentially is the output? Whether the ones who are manufacturing and exporting are conforming to those regulations and standards can only be measured when you have the conformity assessment procedures which the importing member uses. Now, the conformity assessment measures was supposed to be only measure whether a manufactured product, whether it's an electrical equipment or an automobile, conforms to those standards or not. The measuring method itself becomes so complex and elaborate that it becomes a technical barrier. And then third, for a good number of countries, if the regulations are so difficult, they do not have the wherewithal or the resources to comply with those kind of requirements. The TBT agreement in Article 8 clearly has that special and differential treatment for developing countries. In case if the developing countries are manufacturing and trying to export it to other countries, then the receiving country has to give that due consideration. That is another issue which is a major challenge. And then both TBT and SPS agreements call upon the members to align their standards and technical regulations with the international standards. But the challenge here is very unique, at least for technical barriers to trade measures or TBT measures. The scope of TBT, when compared to SPS agreements, is quite different. FSSAI would know, they deal a lot with SPS committee meetings. The standards for SPS there are only 3 international bodies. whether it is Codex or you have World Animal Health Organization, WHA, and then you have Plant Protection Agency. But when it comes to TBT, anything under the sun can be a standard setting body. Every country has got its own standard setting bodies. There is no limit to what the standard settings can be. It is so complex. There was a very interesting example recently, which I can share here because it's in the public domain. The EU came up with one measure which they notified it to the TBT committee, but it essentially was a SPS measure. Without getting into the technicalities, I'll just try and tell you, they were creating a standard. That standard was EU Regulation 396 for a pesticide, Clodia, and they call it as what? Clothianidin and methoxam. They said these are the pesticides that are used for flowering plants, and if you're using these pesticides, it has an impact on the honeybees, and thereby honey is affected, and it's a food safety problem. But ideally, it is a food thing. They should have notified it to the SPS committee, but SPS committee had clear 3 distinct standard setting bodies. And then what they did, they very smartly came and notified in the TBT committee, because in the TBT committee, you don't have any limitation of the standard setting, international settings. So it's being very, very strongly argued both in SPS and TBT committees. So this kind of complex nature is another major challenge. The scope is another major challenge. Now, I'm trying to contain my answer. I have a lot of answers here. How do we get over these problems is the second part of your question. Both SPS and TBT committees, they say your standard should not be, your regulations should not be so stringent that they impede the trade. Like Mr. Rao just now said, they have a very democratic way of consulting and formulating the standards. One thing that every G20 member here should consider is, number one, obviously there are national objectives. Number two, that the measures that all of them take are not discriminatory of one over the other, that they should be applicable to all. And the third is the consultation process. When the consultation happens domestically and internationally, and all the issues are discussed threadbare, and most of the issues are addressed at that point in time, there is very little problem that these regulations or standards would pose difficulties later on when it comes to implementing. And in the TBT committee, we had done this exhaustive exercise of providing guidelines for conformity assessment procedures. And members can take a look at this and make use of these guidelines in drafting the conformity assessment procedures. Last year, under my chairmanship, I had the distinction of conducting more than 16 meetings over a period of 1 year only on this particular element. Because each regulator in each member country have the right to take care of their national interest, but they also have to implement those regulations created by others. I was just discussing this with my colleague Amit here, that MRA is another way where member can get over these difficulties. If you don't have MRAs, because sometimes member countries don't want to enter into MRAs because you have SPS agreements, you have TBT agreements, but at least you could have, a memorandum of understanding to get over these problems. So these are some of views. If time permits, maybe I can come back a little later, but at the moment I would like to take rest. Thank you.
Thank you. You highlighted the very important topic of balancing between public safety and the conformity, as well as national and international dimensions. And I hope that we have more time to elaborate a little bit more, but let me move on to Mr. Al-Shiri. And my question to you is, how can technical regulations help the energy sector in addressing its pressing challenges of limiting emissions and transitioning to renewable energy sources while also providing energy security?
Thank you so much. I think it's a global issue, really. I think the standard bodies, the national standard bodies, playing very important role. And also it has been involving in economic, quality infrastructure, also transportation, also advanced information technology, and many other aspects that affect the trade and industry. And also which that all of that can increase the volume of trade within and between countries. However, the technical regulation exists to protect consumer from dangerous product that related to safety and health. In the case of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have set a goal to reduce the emission. And that goal is going down to every organization to implement the regulation and to have that goal be achievable. So we, as a standard regulation, issued so many technical regulation contribute to achieve that goal. We issued technical regulation regarding the energy efficiency of LVD, low voltage devices, and also fuel consumption. And we have a technical regulation for energy efficiency of tire. As we are contributing to the use of alternative energy, we issued also technical regulation on for the solar panel and also for hydrogen and electrical vehicle. So I think we, as mentioned yesterday, we are sharing the same environment. We are one family, so I think we all need to work to have to set a goal to reduce the emission. And I think technical regulation, a mandatory technical regulation, is a part of the solution. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, can I move on to Mr. Lee? As a continuation of your earlier presentation, in emerging areas like artificial intelligence, how can technical regulations keep pace with technological development? I think everyone has that question, like technology is moving so fast. How can we make sure that the technical regulation can really be effective?
Yeah, I think the technical regulation is a double edged sword. So one side of the sword can protect the industry, and the other side of the sword can act another aspect of the regulation. So I think the government role of the for the regulation is very important for the developing countries like India. I think the BIS has a lot of their own unique standard to regulate the industry and protect the consumers. So there are so many policies to harmonize between these two aspects, but I don't want to give a detailed addresses. Actually, I have a occupational disease. Whenever I hold a microphone, I have to lecture at least 1 hour because I'm a professor. So I don't want to fight the lunch break. So I want to give up.
Thank you. So perhaps we can take it afterwards during the lunch break. If you have any questions, I do. Perhaps we can meet around the tables. Now, Mr. Rao, you mentioned the inclusiveness and the consultative aspects, which was echoed by Mr. Shaikh earlier. So my question to you is, in areas like food and energy security, where the balance in terms of resources is skewed, what role can technical regulations play in promoting inclusive growth?
Thank you so much once again, madam. So you're speaking about the inclusive growth and the food security. It's a very important aspect. Fortunately, in India, if you see the levels of cultivation and the food production levels, we are one of the largest in many many agricultural produce, and we're either number 1 or number 2 or number 3. Our total food grain, fortunately, the total food grain capacity is 341 million tons is what we have produced last year, out of which approximately 127 million tons was rice, 107 million tons was wheat. Then you have 37.5 million tons of oil seeds. Then you have 2.5 million tons of pulses, 16.5 million tons of fish and fisheries, 222 million tons of milk. So this is the second largest in the world. In the 10 years back, we were producing 111 million tons. In the last 1 decade, we have produced 222 million tons of milk. So food availability, fortunately, is really in a very comfortable position as far as India is concerned. And out of which, how much food is going? You're talking about the inclusiveness. Ultimately, this food has to be distributed, right? So how are we distributing this food? We have a very, very robust public distribution system for a common man in the country. We have below poverty line food grains served, above poverty line food grains served. $9.2 billion is spent on procurement of the food grains, and given through more than 5 lakh public distribution systems. By 5 lakh public distribution, we call it as a fair price shops. So these shops, food is given to them, right? When you talk about the inclusivity, so who are the people who are engaged in taking this food to the public? You have small MSME sector is there, right? So they manufacture food items, and you have a small and medium sector. They also produce, they manufacture and take it to the common man through the logistics and then the supply chain. Then internationally speaking, we have multinational companies established here. You have US companies, you have Japanese companies, you have Korean companies. So almost all the major food chain industries are here, right? So when we talk about this kind of this food also to reach out to the most deprived, economically weaker sections, then you have food for the sports persons, food for the pregnant woman, food for the geriatrics, elderly people. What is the quality of the food which is reaching out to the geriatric population in this country? So our regulations are talking about providing nutritious food to the children, to the pregnant women, and to the geriatrics. When we talk about we have prebiotic, we have probiotic. Most important aspect of the regulation which you're talking about, which speaks about the inclusivity, is providing nutrition in form of fortification. Our Honorable Prime Minister has taken up this in a big way, that through fortification of rice, we provide the micronutrients to the school children now. The midday meal scheme is one scheme which is going to more than 2.5 lakh schools. We are giving to 211 million students across the country. They are served. 211 million students are served through fortification of rice. And you have seen as a part of the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations Charter, the zero hunger is one of the sustainable, to meet this the challenge. Our Honorable Prime Minister has requested United Nations to introduce millets, and it was declared this year we are celebrating the Millet 2023 as the International Year of Millets. And I don't think any other country is campaigning as much as India is campaigning. In this, you have seen how the millets are distributed even for the G20 thing. So inclusivity, when you talk about inclusivity, is incorporating all kinds of societies into the fold of the food security and ensuring them safe and secured food. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we came to the end of the session, but I'm so happy that we came back to SDG. If you recall, I opened this session with the discussion on SDGs, and I believe that we can clearly see that all these sectoral regulations have a very important role to play in ensuring inclusive and sustainable development. And by the way, AI, of course, is SDG 17. So I hope that we captured the key essence of where we are going and what are the good practices in regulating that serves everyone, including the sustainability and, of course, the school children and the vulnerable groups in society. And we looked at the intricate and interrelated natures of technical regulations, including international versus national, and the protection of the public safety and health, as well as the need for conformity. And I'm so sorry that I couldn't give you the floor to the audience, but I was given a piece of paper, so it was not my intention. But I hope that you can carry on this conversation and asking your questions to the speakers. If you allow me to announce that perhaps they can come to you after this session with your questions and can continue these are very insightful and important conversations with the speakers. So can I propose a round of applause to all the speakers for their very insightful and impactful interventions with all of us. Now with that, I would like to give the floor back to the MC. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, moderator and the panelists. Let's give a resounding round of applause to our esteemed speakers and moderator. Thank you all for your invaluable insights, making this session truly enlightening as anticipated. Now we have presentation of mementos as a token of appreciation, as well as a group photo. And for doing the honors, I request Deputy Director Generals BIS, Mr. H.J.S. Pasricha and Ms. Chitra Gupta to kindly come to the dais. Sir, you can sit. I request DDG Sir, Mr. Pasricha, to kindly present the memento to Ms. Asku Okuda. I now request Madam Chitra Gupta to present the memento to Mr. Sultan S. Al-Shehri. I request Mr. Pasricha to present the memento to Mr. Chang Soo Lee. I now request Ms. Gupta to kindly present the memento to Mr. Ganji Kamalavirao. I would now request all of you to kindly come forward for the group photo, and before that, I request. Sorry, so we have one more panelist left. I request Mr. Pasricha to kindly present the memento to Mr. Anwar Sek. So now for the group photo, I request the DDGs from our regional offices, Mr. USP Yadav, Dr. R.K. Tagi, Mr. Rajiv P., Mr. Divendu Chakravarti, and Mr. Sanjay Goswami to please come to the dais. Excuse me, they are being joined by the other DDGs also. I request you all to please wait. I also request Head International Relations, Madam Rachna Saigal, to please come to the dais. No. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished panelists, our moderators, and each member of the audience for their active participation in this technical session. Before that, we have one important announcement to make. All those who have deposited their baggages at the Bhairav Mar parking registration desk, they are requested to kindly collect their baggage from outside. So we have brought your baggages here. You can collect your baggages from there. There are some 15 bags outside. I now also request all of you to join us for lunch in hall number 14, where we had the cultural event and the dinner last day. The volunteers of the organizing team are also there to guide you to the hall. We will resume our next session sharp at 13:45 hours. Thank you very much for your active participation. Thank you. So I once again request all of you to kindly come to hall number 14 for the lunch.
And a request is that please be back by 13:45, because looking at Honorable Minister's schedule, we have to start the session at 13:45. So please don't delay.
लैपटॉप में कुछ चलना है क्या? हाँ? लैपटॉप में कुछ चलना है? चलेगा, सेशन है तो।
मैं इसका इंचार्ज थोड़ी हूँ, बोले कि जब वो आएंगे तो वो देंगे, मैं इसका इंचार्ज नहीं हूँ।
और 2 बंदा भी है ना तुम्हारे साथ, 3 बंदा है ना तुम्हारे साथ अभी, वो 2 बंदा के लिए भेज दिया। अभी तो पूरा थोड़ी कहीं उधर ही बैठो, उधर ही बैठो, किधर मत जाओ। पवन साहब ने बोला अभी थोड़ी देर के बाद तो कर क्या, तो उधर चल रहा है ना, अभी उधर चल रहा है, उधर चल रहा है। और रिविजन की बात नहीं है, कुछ सेक्शन नेक्स्ट सेशन है, अभी है अगर वो ले लो, अरे कारपेट Hello. Yes sir, please. Yes sir, please. OD2 section is over and changing the water again. Water name. Yes sir. जल्दी कर सर. तुम जाओ लंच करने जाओ. Sir please, sir staff food कब में ओपन करेगा सर? खाली नहीं है अभी. वो नहीं है अभी. वो चाय कॉफी नहीं है, स्टाफ फूड मेरे पास क्या शो दो है, इन लोगों को मैं बेचना चाहिए. अकेला लग रहा हूँ यार. दो ओडी में नीचे मिलेगा. ओके 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 ओके. शीशे वाली स्टील वाली Thank you. Welcome.
I missed one name and I feel really
Just going to be.
but we got it done.
Yeah.
एक बार बोली थी मैं मेंटर दे दो. दिया सर ने याद दिया. वो पैनलिस्ट में से ये यही जो सबसे साइड में है ना.
ये सेकंड. तो मुझे आपका होगा कर दिया.
मैं बोलूँ सर, मैंने कितना प्लेस मैनेज कर पाती हूँ. बस मेरी कोई कोऑर्डिनेशन
लिस्ट है ना, फिर अपना नाम चेंज कर सकते हैं.
लास्ट तक तो बता नहीं रहे कैसे करना है.
अभी भी फाइनल में सेशन में कौन करवा रहा है ये
और ये भी नहीं पता है कि कैसे होगा ये, और मुझे फंसाएंगे ये लोग.
इन्हीं के सामने होगा.
हाँ. Got your bag now?
ये वो सिर्फ 2 पे वो नहीं रखा है.
क्या सर?
ड्राई फ्रूट्स
आ रहे हैं सर.
ही रही हूँ, तभी तो नाम भूल गई हूँ। इतना मतलब कंफ्यूजन है और इतना, अब इसका नाम डाल दो, अब इसका नाम डाल दो, अब इसका नाम डाल दो, इसको बुला लो, नीचे को क्यों नहीं बुलाया? अरे हाँ, नीचे से बोल रहा हूँ, यहाँ पे चित्रा मैडम बोल रहे हैं, अरे मुझे जो इंस्ट्रक्शन मिला मैं तो ऐसे करूँगी ना। और मुझे इतना पैनिक करा दिया उन्होंने लास्ट टाइम। हॉल नंबर 14 वेयर वी हैड द कल्चरल इवेंट। एक तो मैं ऑलरेडी फॉरगॉट वन नेम, ऊपर से और इन्होंने मुझे तंग
सर उन्होंने ना एक छोटा सा पर अपने आप कर लिया, उन्होंने बोला आपका डिटेल है वो 6 तारीख वाला में इसको यूज़ कर लेगा।
अभी तक मुझे ये नहीं बताया कि ये वाला कैसे होगा क्लोजिंग सेशन। रिपोर्टियर्स कब रिपोर्ट करेंगे? दे हैव टू रिपोर्ट टू।
एक पेज को बना दिया।
हाँ
अच्छा, नाउ इट विल नॉट बी सेड हियर।
हर एक का एक पैरा उन्होंने बना दिया।
व्हाट? हाँ, रचना मैम बोलेंगी, रचना मैम बोलेंगी। अच्छा, उन वो वही है जो रिपोर्ट करना, वो रचना मैम इज रिपोर्टिंग।
इसलिए बोला था एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी के लिए चाहिए, आपको स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी के लिए चाहिए तो दे दो।
आप पहले तो ये पहले ही हम लोग डिस्कस करते हैं, स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी हो गया। स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी
शायद नहीं आ रहे हैं
नहीं, वो ये तो बोलेगा कि बहुत बात हुआ है, ये बताया, ये बताया, काम रहेगा। इसमें देखिए ना मॉडरेटर के उधर में ना 2 रहते हैं, 4 रहते हैं। बिकॉज मॉडरेटर को एक अलग से टेबल दिया है ना, तो these on थोड़ा साइड पे हो गए।
मैडम ये ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर को वेलकम करने के लिए तो यहाँ पे कोई भी पॉटेड प्लांट भी नहीं है और शॉल भी नहीं। पीडीपी से कह रहे थे कि उससे करना वहाँ पे तो नहीं है।
और ये भी 4 ही दिन है
तो क्या वो मंगवाई थी अभी वो मंगवाई है?
बड़ा बड़ा क्यों बता रहे हैं?
टेन टेबल्स बता रहे इसका, लेकिन साइड पे अच्छा लग गया। ठीक है, ये चेयर भी कहीं और खड़ी होगी
बाहर उस तरफ देखते हैं। चेयर 10 कह रहे हैं, 10 कहाँ है? 7 तक भी नहीं देखा मैंने। 7 यहाँ है, चलो 10 3
खाना खा लो, मुझे बंद हो गया।
By that time the other session will be over.
आप खाना तो खा लो मैडम, इतना क्यों आप इसको समय पे तो
चेंज करा रहे हैं अभी। कल कुछ और बताया, आज कुछ और हो गया, तो क्या करूँ? फिर मैं नाम भूल जाऊँगी, जैसे मैं रचना मैडम का नाम भूल गई। लास्ट मोमेंट तक तो चेंज कराते रहते हैं।
अच्छा, ये प्रिसाइड ओवर आ गया आपके पास?
हाँ,
मिस्टर पीयूष गोयल इज एंजॉय द सेलिब्रेट।
बोला तो यही है, जो काटना होगा तो मैं काट दूँगी।
काफी बढ़िया होता है कि ऐसे कांड
आप बैठे हुए आप बैठे हुए यहाँ पे एक पैनलिस्ट का नाम भी भूल गई, बोला ही नहीं।
एंड में जब वो दे रहा
मैं तो दे रही थी।
अच्छा
वो
तो फिर
चित्र
क्या हुआ?
मैडम
दिया
यहाँ
नहीं
आके
फिर?
बोल
दिया
रही
नहीं?
दे तो दिया वो ये सब मैं याद दिला दिया मतलब माइक में गया, लेकिन वो चित्र मैडम जी सर को नहीं बुलाया। अरे तो मुझे जिसको बोला जाएगा
अरे नहीं ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा ये बोलने वाले बहुत
और माइक पे आके बोल दिया मैडम ने, मैं इतनी नर्वस हो गई ना सर।
अरे यार बताइए
क्या हुआ?
ये तो वो है मैडम के why haven't you called DG to the state to the it was not supposed to be, she is not ठीक है ना बिल्कुल ठीक है।
वो तो
अभी हर एक कोई जो है ना अपना you have no involvement, you do not know, you are not there planning and
फाइनली वो ऑर्डरिंग के लिए भी बुलाता है ना।
you show your
number
suddenly when you are sitting here your IQ level suddenly increases to 200.
International forum, what impression it creates of your organization
हाँ,
that
absolutely.
you don't have any coordination
यहाँ पे
with
बात
your
भी आई।
बोल दी
वहाँ से तैयारी होगी।
ये तो
चलो ठीक
the
है।
person who volunteers he knows,
We
she
have
knows
to
है ना।
know कि ये सब चीजें चलती रहेंगी and
अभी
एक things in your stride don't get up उसके लिए upset मत
अभी
हो।
जब तक
fresh दिमाग खाना खाया खाना खा के
ये कंक्लूडिंग सेशन का तो कुछ पता ही नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं पता कैसे।
जब तक जी बनाएगा तब तक ये चलेगा।
जी के बाद भी सर इसका चिपक गया तो चिपक गया।
हाँ हाँ
जैसे चंदन जी पूरा खुद ही इन्वॉल्व है
हाँ
तो नॉर्मली नीचे के हेड को इन्वॉल्व होता है।
एब्सोल्युटली ये तो ये
इसमें कंप्लीट फेल है ना।
ये
हेड बन जाए डीजी बन जाए डीडी।
हाँ वो एब्सोल्युटली
आवर टाइम में राहुल कुमार थे
कुछ नहीं
वो कुछ नहीं कर रहा था, नीचे के हम ही लोग करते हैं। अभी हो रहा है कि हेड कुछ नहीं कर रहा है, डीडी कर रहा है, नीचे के लोग कर रहे हैं और डिपार्टमेंट के लोग नहीं कर रहे हैं, बाहर के लोग कर रहे हैं।
1 to 50 serial number that head should have been ये अपने यदि
शी इज नॉट इन्वॉल्व itself, मतलब कल पहली बार बैंकिंग में कोई ऐसा जो काम करता रहता है ना वो करता रहता है एंड यू कैन नॉट लीव इट आल्सो।
हाँ
आपको भी डर लगता है कि अगर मैं दे दिया तो पता नहीं
क्या होगा। एब्सोल्युटली
अब जो मान लो कि अगर छूट भी गए
इट शुड नॉट बी टोल्ड
तो आपको बोलना तो नहीं चाहिए।
हाँ
व्हाई यू वांट टू हाईलाइट इट
and especially our DG does not mind all
हाँ
this
उसको नहीं पता,
उसको नहीं does not
ये
mind
सब ताम जाम का फर्क नहीं है। अब कोई बोलेगा 2nd and 3rd नवंबर क्यों लिखा है, इट शुड बी 2 and 3।
हाँ 2 and 3
कौन से बोलेंगे?
IAS as per IAS 12 what is 2nd
बोलेंगे
November
02-03 वो आपका बॉस वो बैच में करेक्ट किया
नहीं उनको खटक गया आवाज सुबह, लेकिन उन्होंने बीइंग इंटेलिजेंट उन्होंने ऐसा कभी कुछ नहीं कहा।
he know even all thing has been done.
कल जरूर बोल देंगे तुम्हें बुला के, लेकिन अभी कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे, थिंग्स चल रही हैं।
वैसे तो सब कुछ ठीक था, तो दिस वाज दैट व्हाट इज 2nd नवंबर।
अगर मुझसे ठीक करा लेते पहले
सेकंड पोजीशन होती है 2nd नवंबर को।
यार जो हो रहा है ना तो शॉपिंग करते हुए बहुत कुछ
अभी देखो ना, मुझे बोलकर चले गए कि उनको पॉटेड प्लांट और शॉल देना है मिनिस्टर को, उसका था पता ही नहीं है। अब मैं अपना लिखूं कि मैं वर्षा के साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करूं, वो फोन नहीं उठा रही है, बिजी है।
खाना खा रही है।
वर्षा, हाँ डीडीजी सर कह रहे हैं कि ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर के लिए एक पॉटेड प्लांट और शॉल चाहिए। वो जब आएंगे तो उनको मालूम है ना आपको, तो यहाँ पे आप अरेंज कर लो। यहाँ पर आ गया है पॉटेड प्लांट और शॉल। अच्छा ठीक है यार, हाँ ठीक है,
यहाँ पे नहीं हॉल के अंदर तो नहीं है।
ठीक है ओके। देखो कैसे बात कर रही है, मतलब हद है सर, ये मतलब हद है, कैसे बात कर रही है पता है मुझे। हाँ पता है, तो क्या हो गया? अरे हद है यार, मतलब मैं तो बेवकूफ़ बन गई ये लेकर। हाँ मेरे बैठ
हाँ
सेम बैच
यस
हाँ मंडप है ठीक।
सुना कैसे बोल रही? ऐसे ही फिर
Why you disturbing me? मतलब ये था।
थोड़ा सारा को इम्पैक्ट अभी लगा है।
ठीक है, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, जो कर दिया ठीक कर दिया, टेंशन मत ले। इनका आज ही होगा जब ये शाम को मंत्री जाके वोट थैंक्स होगी ना सब टेंशन वाला काम
पक्का देखना कंक्लूडिंग सेशन में वहाँ पे जाऊँगा।
साथ साथ
सनीश एक काम करना है,
का और ज़्यादा
ये टेबल वो प्रॉब्लम ये है कि मॉडरेटर को सिंगल टेबल दिया है।
क्या होता है भी ना थोड़ा भूल जाता है।
Nice to meet you. And your name is?
Madhurima.
Madhurima. Madhurima. Very nice to meet you.
Same here.
You asked how to pronounce my last name, right? Were you given? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
We have 7
Yeah. We are both having people on this. Yes. Yeah.
I think that only will make the entire session interesting.
Yeah,
Because everybody would like to hear that answer to that question.
Exactly. We're going to wait for the team to arrive, and we're just going to let you know about the interviews.
So I'll introduce your plan and
Hurry,
As you did in the previous session, exactly. So I'll do the introduction.
Yeah. You have the food? Yeah. Earlier it was. That's okay, but you'll be careful. 2001. All will keep it tick. Name 1, 2, 3, 4 tick. Well, you will know several people. Don't worry. They are around man. He was foreigner should have been back. Yeah. He's one of the Indian man, so you'll understand. So all ready for? You have 7 people now on the dice. Who are the people? Henry is there.
Yeah.
He's moderating.
Mr. Dennis Chiu, Mr. Roland Terry, Mr. Omar
Roland Terry is from Australia. Am I right? Yeah.
Mr. Omar Abdul Aziz advised.
Saudi.
I'll go and ask him how to pronounce his
I'll tell you. Okay. Yeah, Always. Julian 6, Hashim Sadia, and Deepak. That's it. But Deepak is there. The fellow sitting next to him. I'm teaching. Yeah. All the best. Same college. I think it is fine.
Actually, sir, they're making so many changes in between, so cutting. I'm not able to read my handwriting. cutting and writing,
Take some
cutting and
water.
writing.
Hydrate yourself.
No, I have
Yeah, yeah. Which man is this? Yeah, yeah. Hydrology, yes. You are not now in teaching, you are... No, no, vice governor, yeah. So I have given two parts. One is permanent. No, no. Dean position is by rotation. The director appoints dean. Suppose the professor is permanent. So I am taking classes in my department and my another office is in the same building. Administrative law. So there I sit after lunch, 3 hours, and see all the planning part and the finances part. All the bills and those are coming to me from the various departments. 18 departments are there. Civil, electrical, mechanical, their expenditure will come to me for approval and support. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. We will see how forward. Yeah.
You did a great job yesterday, sir, I must say. You're very good in that. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to kindly be seated. We'll be starting with the session shortly. Yeah, just a second. Adbhut. Honorable dignitaries, distinguished guests, and esteemed colleagues, I hope you all had a great lunch. Yes or no? Great. So, welcome to the post-lunch session on the topical subject of stakeholder engagement for standardization. Believe me, it's going to be as interesting and engaging as the previous ones. Stakeholder engagement is crucial in standardization to ensure that standards reflect the diverse needs and expertise of all concerned. Engaging stakeholders such as industry experts, consumers, academia, research bodies, and regulatory bodies fosters consensus, transparency, and the development of effective, universally accepted standards, promoting safety, quality, sustainability, and innovation in various fields. But believe me, that's not so easy as it sounds. Being a standards engineer, I know how challenging it is to identify stakeholders, particularly in the new and emerging areas, and then bringing them on board, and also in striking balance between the various interest groups. In BIS, we have been actively engaging with various stakeholders to enhance the quality ecosystem in India. Through its wide network of offices across the country, BIS engages with various stakeholders, including industry members, academic fraternity, and the grassroots levels of local self-governance. This has helped BIS to reach out to the stakeholders at various levels in building what BIS considers its epitome duty, a quality-conscious India. BIS feels that it is equally important to educate the masses as it is to frame the standards for a quality-conscious nation. Let us now see a short film on the initiatives taken by BIS for stakeholder engagement.
When we say we, it includes a diverse array of stakeholders. We not only engage with them proactively, but also strive to ensure that it's a two-way traffic. And we work together with optimum stakeholder symmetry. In the standardization landscape of the BIS, our stakeholders are co-travelers of standards, travelers in the quest for quality. Our standardization ecosystem is not just around 14,000 domain area experts represented in 400 technical committees. Let's look at a few of the institutional mechanisms in place for this multi-dimensional stakeholder management. Industrial associations and standardization cells. Industrial associations establish standardization cells to maintain ongoing dialogue with BIS. These cells help align standards with technological developments, address sustainability concerns, and gain industry buy-in for the implementation of standards. They also contribute by providing working drafts for new standards and review documents. Sectoral advisory groups. To bridge industry initiatives of reducing carbon footprint with BIS's formulation of green standards, sectoral advisory groups have been created. These groups comprises leaders in sustainability from large companies, academia and BIS. Small and micro industries engagement. Recognizing the vital role of small and micro industries in the economy, BIS employs a dual strategy. It empowers them through educational initiatives like capsule courses, exposure visits and on-site training, while also ensuring representation in technical committees through industry associations. BIS places a strong emphasis on presenting standards in simpler language and regional languages. This makes standards more accessible to a wider audience, facilitating their adoption and implementation. A large body of the businesses and users have been involved in the standardization process through the initiative called Manak Manthan. These are branch office-based monthly meetings to discuss the draft and published standards. Decisions from Manak Manthan meetings are communicated to relevant technical committees and branch offices. Government is the biggest user of standards, and BIS actively collaborates with ministries to integrate Indian standards into government policies and programs. Standardization cells in ministries act as bridge between ministries and BIS. These cells work to integrate Indian standards with various policies and programs. We believe that the grassroots level government organizations which are responsible for program implementation are an important part of the standardization ecosystem as they facilitate greater adoption and use of standards. BIS conducts sensitization programs for district heads and communicates regularly with them on standards and quality. So far, BIS has conducted these workshops in over 600 districts and has established a regular relationship with them. A much more ambitious initiative is to communicate standards with over 2.5 lakh Gram Panchayats, the elected bodies at the grassroots level. The approach is to provide training and standards mapping with government programs through booklet and workshops. Not just that, their presidents and secretaries are also being trained in collaboration with state governments. To harness academia's potential, BIS has established chairs on standardization in premier institutions like IITs and has collaborated with 50 eminent institutions. This promotes faculty and research scholars' involvement in standard formulation and related R&D projects. This also makes Indian standards an integral part of the teaching learning process in these institutions. To raise the awareness regarding the role of standards in creating a quality conscious nation, BIS has set up standards clubs in schools and colleges. This cultivates a network of young ambassadors for standards and quality through interesting, thought-provoking activities. More than 7,000 standards clubs have already been established and many more are in the pipeline. BIS actively collaborates with over 150 consumer organizations and civil society groups, involving them in standard formulation and outreach activities. BIS recognizes the importance of stakeholder management strategies which are aligned to the goals of ISO and IEC. That is, standards everywhere and all voices heard. We firmly believe in the value of partnership with the international organizations and the NSBs of the member countries and is committed to work together. The world today belongs to the connected. Let us stay connected.
So you just saw how India is trying to stay connected with all the interested stakeholder groups. Why there is a need to reach out to the local level of governance. So unless they would be aware about the standards, how they will implement the standards. Once they will know the standards, they will start implementing it. And when they will implement it, they will have queries and questions which they will send to us. And it will in turn help us to further strengthen the various standards provisions. So having shared the Indian experience of stakeholder engagement, I'm pleased to inform you that we have distinguished moderator and panelists for this session who are ready to share their own experiences on stakeholder engagement. I request you to actively participate in this session. Due to paucity of time, we could not offer you time for raising your question and answers in the previous two sessions, but I would request that you kindly make note of your queries. And you can also share your experiences through email with us. And in case there are questions, we would be happy to take the answers from the panelists and provide the answers to you. And to moderate this session, we have with us esteemed moderator, Mr. Henry Koshiri. Mr. Henry is the head of membership at the International Organization for Standardization in Geneva, Switzerland. He has worked in standards development, both national and international, for more than 25 years. He is responsible for maintaining close, effective, and productive relationships not only between ISO and the national standards community, or bodies of all 169 countries that make up ISO's global member community, but also with the more than 12 regional and sub-regional standards organizations around the world. Henry joined ISO in 2011, and prior to taking on his current role in 2018, he served as head of standards development for a range of sectors, including security, information and communications technology, and transport. Henry has spent more than 15 years in Washington, D.C., heading up programs in U.S. national trade associations accredited by the American National Standards Institute, supporting the development of national and international standards in the ICT and telecommunication sectors. It's my privilege to invite Mr. Henry to take over the charge of this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, everybody. Good. Thank you for answering my good afternoon. Very nice of you. We are going to get started immediately. As you may recall, before the lunch, we heard that there is a hard stop at 3:15. I am pleased to say that I am being accompanied on stage in a second by a very rich panel of individuals who represent several areas of stakeholder engagement activity, including national standards bodies, academia, startups, where are we? Anyway, young people, and consumers. So we have a rich kind of presentation to give you. We all have prepared presentations, and my philosophy, given the time constraints, was that there's a lot of good information in these presentations, and I would really like to respect the panelists to take the time to present what they have prepared. I hope that at the end we will have time for one question, the same question to each of the panelists, and I will be asking them for their specific recommendations of how representation of their particular category of stakeholder can be improved in the work that we all do. So with no further ado, can I ask the panelists to join me on the stage, and I will introduce them once they've seated. Thank you. So starting with the end of the table, we have on my right at the end, Mr. Ashim Sanyal, who is the Chief Executive Officer and Secretary of Consumer Voice, New Delhi, an NGO, voluntary consumer organization working in the field of consumer awareness, empowerment, and education. He is heading Consumer Voice since 2007, after a long innings of 25 years in the corporate sector, mainly abroad. He has been handling the overall operations for strategic utilization and deployment of available resources to achieve organizational objectives. Next to Mr. Sanyal, we have Mr. Dennis Chu. Mr. Dennis Chu heads the IEC Asia International Electrotechnical Commission Asia Pacific Regional Center, which has two key objectives of supporting the IEC community in the Asia and the Asia Pacific region, and management support to IEC technical committees and subcommittees. Over the past 20 years, Dennis has been actively involved in international and regional standardization and related activities. Next to Dennis, we have Mr. Where are we? Forgive me. Mr. Julian Zieks, who is the project lead of the German-Indian Startup Exchange Program, or GINSEP, since 2018 and is based out of Berlin. For 10 years, he has been working in different capacities in facilitating Indo-German business activities and market entries. Since 2018, his main focus is startups. GINSEP facilitates internationalization to Germany by capacity building activities to equip the startups with the required expertise to expand. To my immediate right, we have Dr. Deepak Khare, who is the Dean, Finance and Planning and BIS Chair Professor at IIT Roorkee, India. He is working as a professor in the Department of Water Resources Development and Management, IIT Roorkee, and he is also BIS Chair Professor and Dean, Finance and Planning at institute level. To my immediate left, we have Mr. Omar Abdulaziz Al-Gwaiz. Mr. Al-Gwaiz is the Vice Governor of Saudi Standards. He is also Chairman of the Standards Steering Committee, and he has over 20 years' experience in developing and delivering corporate strategies, as well as establishing and launching business operations. And next to him at the end on the left is Mr. Roland Terry Lloyd, who is Head of Engagement and Strategic Delivery at Standards Australia. His key responsibilities in this role include leading a team of engagement and strategic managers accountable for establishing, building, and maintaining relationships for existing and new stakeholders to ensure the success of Standards Australia's work in developing and adopting standards in the national interest. Could you please all join me in welcoming the panelists one more time? Thank you. So, as I said in my introduction, the panelists we've all prepared presentations that illustrate the work that we do in these various stakeholder categories. I'd like to proceed by going from the same way that I introduced. So I would like to ask Mr. Where are we? Senyal, thank you. Mr. Senyal, would you like to present? And somewhere there should be a clicker for you to advance the slides. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everybody, my fellow panelists and dignitaries seated in front. It's a privilege and honor for a consumer organization to be taking part in a dialogue on standards, because consumers normally are naive and do not know basically things that are important for them to feel good, feel better, and feel happy with in terms of purchases, in terms of dealings in the marketplace. So standards is an integral part of the way we protect consumer globally, and I'm reading out very briefly the statement of Consumers International London, which is a parent body. Agreed by experts, businesses and consumer standards make a world easier, safer, and more accessible. I think that's a crucial point that Consumer International makes across the globe. We are 200 members, 202 members to be precise, over 101 countries, members of Consumer International. Voice is a founding member of Consumer International. Consumer Voice has worked in the area of standard as long as we existed. So we existed for 40 years. So we have been working on standards and regulations ever since we were born. And we have worked closely with a range of key stakeholders to ensure that consumers have a voice in standardization. Everybody mentions that it is a stakeholder process. Mr. Rao of FSSAI, as a CEO, mentioned that stakeholder consultation is a must. So is the BIS process. Transparent, translucent, whatever you may call it. It's a very, very open process, in fact. And we derive a great mileage in participation with BIS in standard setting. Besides that, of course, Voice is also a long-standing relationship with QCI, which is Quality Council of India, which also sets regulations. NABCB is the board and vice chair for Voice, in fact, and Bureau of Energy Efficiency, the star labeling guys. We are also, Voice is also the board and governing council member of that. So we are deep rooted into standardization and labeling norms. In fact, with Ministry of Consumer Affairs, we work on basically legal metrology, which is the Packaging Act, which all consumers have great importance of looking at before buying, in fact. So why is standards important to consumers? This is basically the standards help to improve the quality of service, complaint handling, and customer service. Besides, of course, staff training of the technical wing, if the consumer organization does have that, in fact. And standards also help basic consumer protection enshrined in the UNGC. And this is very important. I'll elaborate on the UN role of consumer protection and how standards play a major role in that. And what is standardization? I need not repeat it, in fact, but everybody knows it. Everybody is knowledgeable here. But then standardization basically is the process of creating protocols. It's a very simplified language that we use to basically, in our stakeholder consultations, in fact, to guide the creation of goods or services based on consensus of all relevant parties in the industry. And very obviously, consumers become very relevant to this entire process. The goal of standardization is to ensure uniformity to certain practices within the industry. That's from the industry standpoint, why standardization is important. Standardization focus on product creation process, operations of business, technology in use, and how specific compulsory processes are instituted or carried out. That's the role that the standardization body has to play, in fact. So this is the enshrined goal of standardization. It also, of course, from a consumer point of view, it also ensures safety, interoperability, and compatibility of goods produced. And recently, some of you know that we just had a global phenomena of standardization of plug points for uniformly of mobile phones, of basically handsets, of laptops, of e-tablets. Now you have one standard, which is the interoperability part and standardization part and the compatibility part. They took 10 years to make companies come around, and basically we told them only one thing, that you're going to save money. So do it. You don't have to sell a plug with every device that you sell, in fact. So that's something which, these are new things that happen every day. Consumers play an important advocacy role in that. Product marketing and standard, I will not touch this particular thing. What is the consumer? Consumer is usually the end user. Now, all of you, without exception, by birth is a consumer. That's known to everybody, in fact. The long-standing definition and from 1979. Earlier on, consumer basically definition, at least in India, did not exist. We came into the consumer domain very late, but then we made up the time loss by having Consumer Protection Act, etc. I'm not going into deep details of that. But occur in documents as individual member of general public purchasing or using goods, property or services for private purposes. Now, the individual and private, these are legal terms. These are not coined by any consumer organization or Consumer International. These are legal terms. When you go to the court or when you go to the consumer forum, these will act as either binders or basically your case will be thrown out. So in 2011, Copolco decided to modify slightly to align with the newly published ISO 26000. And we know that consumer is an individual member of general public. This is the definition that we carry to all consumers now. Purchasing or using property, products or services for private uses. Again, the private use and the individual member remains as it is, because globally that's important from the law point of view. One of the benefits of consumers from standardization is increased compatibility and interoperability. I've gone through that, so I'm going to skip that. Without standard, our society will not function. What a bold statement. Believe me, without standard, this society or any society in the world, whether developed nation, developing nations or underdeveloped nation, nobody will survive. So that is why the importance of standardization is so crucial. A standard is a document established by consensus. We have explained that provide rules, guidelines or characteristics of products, services and systems. Thanks to standards, simple things like we take for granted. And these are, some examples, basically traffic signal to units of measurement, they're same everywhere. So, I mean, standards basically is something which binds us all together in our day-to-day life from a consumer point of view. The background, I'm going to skip this in the interest of time. Henry has been very strict with all of us, in fact, in terms of time management. So it actually started off in 1962 with John F. Kennedy's Declaration of Consumer Rights. The only point I want to make through this particular slide is that whenever standards are made, all these rights of consumers have to be embedded in that system. It cannot go otherwise as a wholehearted approach towards improvement of the society. So whatever standards that John F. Kennedy said, whatever rights that Consumer International said, we have to keep them in mind. And that's what we do when we participate in standardization. We keep them in mind. Is the standard going to affect the consumers positively? If yes, let's give a handshake to this particular standard, in fact. So ISO's decision to establish Copolco in 1978. Now, consumers are such an important body. The UN has not only got UNGP as a development, in fact. Copolco was established to protect consumer rights, and very glad to inform you that we recently had a global meeting of Copolco in New Delhi, and we all participated in that. Again, BIS initiative, thank you BIS for that. Copolco also is instrumental in setting global standards, which BIS sometimes borrows, sometimes modified according to requirements. So establishment of Copolco in 1978 was a landmark decision in terms of consumer protection. Why consumer participation? Let's come to the crux of the entire talk. We have talked about it. Simple answer is so that the goods and services you buy or use will meet your expectations. I think that's crucial. We participate on behalf of all of you, all of the country, all the consumers. We represent them or try to represent them, in fact. And if the goods do not meet their standards, safety or otherwise, then we have not done a fair job to 1.4 billion people here. So it's our job, it's our ethics to actually do a proper job and not get swayed by ideas and which are self-centered. How does it happen? By helping with specification standard and define these goods and services. I'm not going to go into definitions, in fact, in the interest of time. But we, as representative of consumers of this country in standardization bodies like BIS, QCI, BE, we try to have a holistic approach towards what's been talked about during standard development. When we are interacting with ISO, we are interacting with Copolco, in food codex, we look at the global sphere and try to bring the best practices in India so that we gain from these global best practices. So there are means and ways of judging what is the decision going to be. Is it going to be yes to a standard or it needs a modification? So 7 main benefits, I'll go quickly over it. Competitiveness, economics, motivation, image, planning, reliability, customer orientation, continuous improvement cycle. Now, all of them are derivatives of a standards. They are not the ground rules for making a standard. So when we say quality, it means the moment you say quality, it means there is a standard involved and the standard is being followed. Therefore, the quality is derived out of that. So this is important for us to understand that these are all the benefits that accrues if we have standardization. And my last line, in fact, or the last line is, besides this, the United Nations Guidelines for Consumer Protection, UNCTAD Guidelines for Consumer Protection, provides adequate provisions to ensure consumer welfare through development of standards. So it's an unwritten law, or rather a written law globally, and therefore all countries have consumer bodies, consumer organizations who support in standard making. And as I told you, we are 200 plus organizations across the globe. Some of them are big, some of them are medium, some of them are small. That's not a point, but we all help in making standard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashim, very much indeed. And now we turn our attention to Mr. Dennis Chu of IEC, who will focus on IEC's program for engaging young people.
Thanks, Henry. And good afternoon, everyone. I think I will also stand because I had a very, very heavy but wonderful lunch earlier. All right. So just to keep the energy going. Yes. So when I was asked to present about this, I was thinking about myself, actually. You know, when I first started in my career, I'm an electrical engineer. All right. So I was tasked to work at a hospital where we manage the mechanical, electrical facilities, supporting everything that the hospital needs. All right. So at that time, I was asked by the hospital, can you please make sure that the products that you get, that you purchase, meet all this IEC whatever number. So at that time, I was quite fresh from university. I have no idea what it was. What is IEC and what is all these numbers? And now, I've been working in the IEC for more than 10 years. All right, so how things have changed. But the thing I want to highlight is there's a lack of awareness among even the engineers and other people in the career, early in the career, about what standards is all about. And that's why I thought it's good maybe to look at this more on a horizontal basis in terms of the importance of engaging our young professionals in standards activities and to know about standards. And so in the IC itself, slightly before 2010, we noticed that we have many very, very good experts. Most of them are having gray hair. or maybe no hair. There's nothing wrong with that. Of course, we value all our experts, all right? But we are worried about one thing. What if they retire? What will happen? There's no one to replace them, no one with the experience on standards. So that's when we started the Young Professional Program in 2010 in Seattle. And it has grown so much since then, all right? It has grown so much that now I think we have, until even now, the Young Professionals Program. And the feedback was always, the young professionals are always so excited. They give wonderful new ideas on how things could be done. So since the launch of the IEC Young Professional Program, we have seen really a great improvement in terms of the number of young professionals who are getting involved in IEC activities. And when we talk about young professionals, it's not just those who are freshly out of university. It's referring to people between the age of 25 to 35. I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand whether you belong to this category. Yeah, but those are the target that we are having, to introduce them to the IEC Young Professionals Program and to get them involved in standards work gradually. So what we do is every year, since 2010, we organize an IEC workshop. From 3 days, it has been extended to 5 days now. Because the young professionals fed back to us, they want more, they want to meet more people, they want to learn more. And so that's what we have done. So I'm not going through all the points, but basically the feedback from us to us is that the young professionals felt they had a very, very good experience, and they would recommend their colleagues to get involved in it too. So this is what led really to the success of the Young Professionals Program. They found that it's very useful, and many of them, after that, are enthusiastic to be involved in standards. So I'm not just talking without figures. So if you look at the stats here, all right, we have many young professionals in the past who have now taken up leadership role in IEC. If you look at it, we started 2010, so of course, they are no longer young professionals. Those who started at 2010, they could be in their 40s and so on. But the thing is, some of them have even taken up roles as a board member of the IEC. Some of them are leading in technical committees, conveners, and so on. So really, since 2010 to now, we have about 900 over young professionals in the IEC program. We have 240 of them who are still very active in IEC work. But that doesn't mean the rest are not active. The rest could be active, but at the national level. The key thing is more and more people, younger people, to be involved in standards work. And what we have is the feedback from all these young professionals. Every year, when we organize the YP program, what do they tell us? They want more national program, which I completely agree. I mean, in the IC YP program, you have 2 YPs from each country, right? So it's only benefiting 2 YPs per country. But if you organize a YP program at the national level, you can multiply this by many factors. So that's what we do. So we work very closely with many of our members in the region. These are some of the activities that we held only this year. And there was one that was held in India, in Pune in 2019, which I must put it up here. All right, that was a very good experience we had when we had some role playing and so on. So this is just to show you that, since 2010, we see many of our IEC members setting up their own national program. And this has really increased the number of young experts that they have in some of the countries. You can see, for example, China, when I was there in 2017, we had like 20 experts, young experts who joined the program. And now this year, we have like 10 times, 200 experts who were interested in their young professional program. So this really shows, the interest, how this young professionals program has helped stir up the interest, awareness of our young professionals in standards activities. Okay, so I'll move on something very quickly to what we call public commenting. I thought this is also a great way to engage, to have more stakeholders involved in standards work. So in the IEC itself, we have what we call public commenting, where anyone, even my brother, my sister, they can register and log in and have access to IEC CDV. So CDV are the draft standards before the FDIS, right? It's the last stage where technical comments can be made to a standard. So with this IC public commenting, anyone can register and can have access and can view the IC CTV. So what we thought this is a good way to really bring in more people who are not at the moment involved in your standards activities, to look at the standard, to be able to give comment. And the beautiful part of this is that after they have given the comments are all forwarded to the IC member. So we hope that this is a way also to help our members be aware of new stakeholders and to receive comments on IC drafts from a wider audience. All right, so with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dennis. So we've gone from consumers to young professionals, and now we will hear from our representative that works with startups. So I'd like to ask Julian Zeeks, please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Namaskar also from my side. I'm happy to shed some more light about our work and the role of standards for startups, and particularly in the terms of internationalizations. And in my case, the experience is from Germany and India. For you to understand where I'm coming from, I'd like to share a few things about the GINSEP, the German Indian Startup Exchange Program. Exactly over here, what we do, we support startups from Germany that are looking at India, support startups that are looking from India that are looking at Germany, and go-to-market startup support, market strategy. We're focusing on talent, connecting Indian talent with German companies. We screen markets and do startup sourcing and marketing and events and soft landing programs. And in the soft landing program, we prepare startups to enter the other market, and we prepare them initially digitally with workshops. And part of these workshops is also about frameworks, what you have to keep in mind that are particularly, aspects to keep in mind for the other market, such as now the very obvious one, for example, GDPR regulations for EU about your data, but also soft factors, what about in general your privacy, certain things that the consumer care about. So on the one hand, it's of course regulations that are there, on the other hand, that are certain standards that are not a must but a can. With that, I'd like to move right away to I'll just skip this one. I would like to focus on three major points. So first is the relevance in general of standards from a startup's perspective in an international context. And after that, talk a little bit what are the barriers, why are startups not so much participating in the development of these standardizations, and then as a third, what can we do to engage them more for them to also participate in that process. Usually startups, part of the SMEs, startups are usually more digital than let's say the average SMEs, but as we all know, they are part of the small and medium enterprises. And I've put down 5 different reasons why the standards or standardization is extremely relevant for startups, particularly in that international concept. In general, it can foster innovation because you have a common framework, because you can rely on certain framework. It gives you a direction of do's and don'ts. And very important is the second point about the credibility and the trust that is built among customers. If you follow a certain standard and then go to a different market, the first question might be, okay, is it following rule A or is it following rule B? With this, with a certain standard, you have really something reliable that is building trust already in a foreign country, and this is really important. Maybe for Germany you think like, well, German car, not necessarily because the car is from Germany, that means it's a great car, but we heard it in the very beginning. It is what you associate with it. A certain quality standard is basically based on a certain standard. So this is over time becomes, of course, then also the quality. And this part of credibility and trust is a major challenge for startups when they're entering the other market, because, of course, they are not that established yet, right? The third part, collaboration with established industry players. The big shot corporates, they might not be willing to cooperate with this startup because they say like, well, we don't really know what they're focusing with, what rules they're following, what regulations they're following. So it is extremely important for them to, or it's actually very helpful for them to also follow certain standards. Number 4, developing the products or services in line with existing standards that can save resources. Basically about usually when you do a trial and error, if you follow something already, you chucked out number of errors, but you succeed faster. So it's also much more streamlined and effective. The last one, particularly the compliance with international standards, of course, enables then the access to global markets, something that is recognized globally, that is recognized and also in the minds of people like, this is a good standard, that of course makes it much, much easier. The barriers to startup participation. Why are they not really getting involved in the standards development itself? So also split up in 3 parts: the limited awareness, resource constraints, and ineffective involvement. Limited awareness, they might not really be fully aware of the value that is adding, that the standard is adding, right? So they don't know that first slide that I've just shown, how it's really adding, because usually, number 2, they focus much more on the product itself. They have limited resources in terms of human resources, but also money, and also not the expertise. So they thought like, well, usually they just focus on the idea and are not fully aware of the value that the standard or standardization could bring to them, and hence they would not get involved in that development also of it. I tackled the resource constraint already, and comparatively it could be also a higher burden than for larger companies to active participate in the standard development, because there might not be frameworks for this so much in place for a smaller startup to really get involved in the process, their voice to be heard, and really play an active role in shaping these regulations as well. The third part, the ineffective involvement. What I just said, having less influence in the standard development. And they also might seem like, well, this development of these standards, that is so complex. We are startups, we're fast moving. So let's not even touch that. Let's not get into it. Also related to that second part where they might not have the full expertise in the standardization or understand it that well, so they prefer not to get involved, which is of course a pity. And we need to get the startups involved. We really need an inductive from the from ground level. We need the startups that are working something. That is, startups are basically the, let's say, the researchers of the private sector, right? To try things out, and it's very important for the entire industry to have their inputs. So what can we do to get them involved in the standards development? First part is the awareness, knowledge transfer for effective participation, make it much as easy as possible, including benefits, for them to understand why it is so important. Second part, the accessibility, stakeholder engagement through digital tools as well, right? So if we just have an offline meeting where they could get involved, it might be far too difficult, but something also online where startups are explicitly welcome and invited to share their inputs and suggestions, to really have kind of an open door for this. And particularly for established industry associations, that would be really good to provide that access, because they're established, they have this expertise on it. So that could be a good opportunity for them to actively invite the startups in the first place. And the third, compensation may be a mechanism to compensate, because after all, it's some very valuable inputs for that, where everyone across the entire chain would benefit from. Maybe there's a mechanism, maybe there could be a mechanism to compensate the financial burden that is associated with it. But also in terms of compensation, the emphasis should be also on the lasting benefits and competitive advantage of the involvement, because once there is a standard for this, there again have this competitive advantage in the market locally, but also globally. So these were my inputs. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to get in touch afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Now we turn our attention to the world of academia, and we will ask Dr. Carré to give us his thoughts on stakeholder engagement.
Hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Henry. First of all, I would like to convey thanks to the organizers for inviting IIT Roorkee in this dialogue. As the time is short, so directly I'll come to the business. That the topic we would like to just address, role of academic institution in strengthening stakeholder engagement for standardization. I would like to share some of the initiatives which we have taken, and prior to that I would like to tell the BIS has rather taken more initiatives in reaching to the institution, and I think we have seen the movie where 60 plus MOU have already been signed and 15 BIS chairs they have established. So that shows their willingness to go with the academic, and they at the same time it is our duty also to go in hand to increase the awareness about the standardization. From our point of view, means I have divided these two categories, students. One is the basic, means undergraduate student, then comes your research scholar and MTech student, then faculty and other services in the institute. So these four categories, lab, construction, division, instrumentation center. So for the first thing that is important, that when the students, I think most of you in India, they know that more than 1.5 million graduates, engineering graduates are coming every year. So you can just see 1.5 million. So if they know something about these standards and their importance, so that is the idea, that introduce them about the importance of these standards, expose them to available standards, sensitize them to use their studies. They are doing projects at undergraduate level, so in projects they should use it. One more thing, that Indian standard as well as international standard. So the student should know that these are the international standard and available parallel standards are there. We always feel that once the student they pass out, they become our brand ambassador. Just for example, in our IIT Roorkee, we have 10,000 students. So if out of 10,000, if only 10%, if I say they know the importance of standardization, 10,000 will become in 1 year, because they are joining in different services, jobs somewhere. So that will go quickly. In our institute this year, we have taken some initiative, and in one subject, the mentoring, 4 hours compulsory teaching contact for standard introduction to different standards and their processes. This has been introduced. So when they come in first year, they know something about the standard. So in second year, third year, fourth year, then they'll go in their respective branches, electrical, mechanical. They can use their relevant standard. So this is what we have done. And with the support of BIS, lot of technical sessions we are organizing. One thing I just like to share, that when we had one session in BIS standard on switchgear and protections, even the final year students of electrical engineering, they were not aware of the various standards available. All of them, they were aware that IEEE standards are there. So it means parallel standards which are available in BIS in India, they should also be known. So that is the efforts which we have taken for the undergraduate students. Then comes the other category, PG and PhD. When they are doing the master thesis in dissertation work, the PhD dissertation, there they should be exposed about the different standards, sensitize them, and we have to motivate them to explore the possibility of incorporating their research into the existing standards. I think that is a point which is more pertinent, because research scholars, if they are able to find anything of research which they are doing, which can be placed in some of these standards, that would be a great incentive for them. And when they are publishing papers, so standards can be used. And we, at the last I have written, use any opportunity to introduce standards. So this is what we are also doing. Last month in September, I had been to Indonesia, and with the support of BIS, Bhanu sir, and we all supported. We had one session. I had one session there, and they have supported from Delhi office. So that we are trying to popularize at any level. And this time also recently, this World Standard Day. So any opportunity, so we have to talk to the public, to the society, that how we can more sensitize and popularize. Then the other category is the faculty. I think that is the main backbone, so that they have been using. I don't say that the faculty of any academic institutions, they are not using. The only thing that we have to sensitize more, that in their course curriculum, if some part can be added related to the standards which are available, and then they can motivate the students to use their in project work. And the proper documentation is also required, category-wise, different standards which are available. And in publication and patents, it can be used. So there are two things which are very important. One is that the faculty and the research academic institutions should try to find out that their research, if possibility, in present existing standards, modification or addition, or if the academic institution, they feel, any faculty or research scholar, they feel, yes, no, this is the fundamental research. In this, there's no standard available, then we can approach to BIS. I am sure the way the BIS vibrant, they would accept the proposal. So at the end, I would say that academic institutions can really play a vital role in popularizing increasing the stakeholder engagement for standardization, and the different services, as I mentioned I have not prepared separate slide, but in any institution, lot of construction work is going on, lot of number of laboratories. So there also the use of the standard, and that can be used to facilitate and popularize, and particularly to ensure the quality in different sectors. That can be done. And we can, in the institution, have the quiz, half-day workshops, seminars like this to have more stakeholder engagement. So that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deepak. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I think you have them there. So we now turn our attention to the part of the panel that is to my left, where we have two national standards bodies represented. And I would like to ask our colleague from Standards Australia, Roland Terry Lloyd, to present your presentation, please.
Can you hear me? All good? Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. Those of you who understand accents may be wondering why this Australian sounds like a South African. It's because I was born in South Africa, and I've got a trick question for the audience. In this day and age, right now, while we're in Delhi, why is this a dilemma for me.
Rugby.
Hey, the first prize. Should I support Australia or South Africa? Anyway, thank you, Director General, and the BSI team for hosting this event. What you have achieved in a short amount of time is truly remarkable. And we had a wonderful cultural event and gala dinner last night, which was enjoyed by all of us. I'll start with our first slide, and all the contents on the slide, I'm going to talk quite quickly because I don't want Henry breathing down my neck around time. So essentially, we're a unique SDO. We are non-government, non-for-profit, and our standards are voluntary unless they're called up to regulation by the Australian government, states, or territories. We participate at ISO and IEC, not only at the technical committee level, but we have representatives on various governance bodies and boards in those organisations. We have an MOU with the Australian government that ensures that we are the peak national standards body in Australia, and we have a broad focus on government and industry priorities and facilitate the process of inclusive best practice, and it conforms to global regulatory and standards development guidelines. As we are non-government, this slide represents the first category of stakeholders that I'll talk to today. We must manage these relationships effectively with all government departments within our technical infrastructure. As I've said, standards are voluntary. We don't regulate, we don't certify, and we don't participate in accreditation, which at times presents unique challenges. Probably the most challenging of those is the public understanding of where Standards Australia fits into this infrastructure. The next category, which I'm sure everyone in this room is aware, are our standards development operations. We have nominating organisations, which include industry associations, government departments, academia, consumer groups, and so on, and they actually provide the majority of the technical representation on our committees. So not only do we have to deal with 5,000 committee members, we need to deal with the what we call the primary contact at 2,900 organisations. So I might take a little leaf from Dennis's quote, and it is hard. It is hard, and that's why I've got grey and no hair. Thanks, Dennis. Standards Australia have around 380 staff members, but when you look at these numbers compared to what you see on the screen, organisational change becomes a big process. Whether it's systems, procedures, it's critical to ensure that when we're delivering new change, we need to deliver it correctly and at scale. Oh, that was a bit strange. Our next stakeholder category is the users and buyers of standards. Up until 2018, we, due to some really strange contractual obligations, had no visibility or data around our end users. We didn't know what their pain points were, how they were accessing standards, and whether, more importantly, our standards were adding value to their work. We retained those rights in 2018, and conducted significant research, which ultimately led us on a contact access transformation, which we are in the process of delivering to end users. Each of these service offerings meets the needs of various user segments. Our reader room, which we released a few months ago, provides open access to 3 standards at no cost per year for Australian standards, so that consumers, groups, mums and dads, if they're building a pool, can understand what the requirements are for a pool fence, as an example. Small business sets provide lower cost access to trades for all of the standards that they need to do their job. And the mobile app, which we'll be releasing soon, which will be a Spotify type subscription, and will allow a self-selection of standards at a very low price point. And these are some of the examples that we have worked towards since 2018. It goes without saying that expectations and needs are changing, but it's likely that they are changing at a pace that exceeds standards development organisations' the ability to to deliver and address those changes. This is where data, feedback, and prioritisation are needed to address the key issues first. At Standards Australia, we have been looking at transforming across the entire organisation. Each of these areas have different use cases and stakeholder needs. And as per my last slide, prioritisation, stakeholder needs is the key to success, and as is commitment from your board and senior executives, because there is a cost, an investment cost to delivering these solutions. Standards Australia, our staff have grown from 120 in 2017 to approximately 390 today, and all of that investment and cost is to address these solutions to help our stakeholders. Our new approach to ask stakeholders on what their needs are is through a range of surveys and forums and to understand what matters to them. In the past, we have been guilty of maybe just reacting to the loudest voice in the room, but now we take a more proactive and productive approach on identifying and addressing stakeholder pain points, as well as data-driven metrics to track our progress on how effective these changes are. We measure through key 4 areas, which provide a percentage score in each area, and in addition, some free text responses to understand the human element of the data. I'm sure you all are aware with metrics and customer satisfaction scores and effort scores and the like, so I won't go through that. But it took some time for us just to even get this off the ground so that we could get a baseline. And we have a baseline now, and in some areas there is definite need for improvement. But I think the important thing, the execs have set a goal that we want to have a 75% rate across all these categories within 3 to 5 years. So we've got a big job ahead of us. And we also use these outputs to prioritise solutions through the development of new processes or applications. Looking at the voice of the customer through the standards development lifecycle, I'm sure some of these are consistent across your SDOs. The time taken to draft, an understanding of the process and procedures, both nationally and internationally, and a key challenge in our area is the onboarding process, because not everyone is familiar with standardisation. At the same time, to recognise your faults, it's also good to recognise the positive outcomes and extend that recognition to the teams that are excelling in that area. In summary, don't assume that you as an SDO have all the answers to solve the problems of your stakeholders. Ask, listen, plan, reconfirm that plan with impacted stakeholders and take them on the journey from conception to deployment. Don't set and forget solutions, prepare for ongoing improvements based on that stakeholder feedback. That is all from me, Henry. I hope I did your time justice, and I will hand back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Roland. Thank you very much indeed. I am dismayed, ladies and gentlemen, by how many of the panelists have made it sound as if I put the fear of God into them regarding their timing, but I am thanking them at the same time for staying to time. We now turn to our last speaker, Mr. Omar Abdulaziz Al-Gwaiz, who will give us an oral presentation, and to get him started, I will ask him if he can describe what stakeholder engagement looks like in Saudi Arabia, and take the conversation from there wherever you want it to go. So.
Thank you very much, Henry. I'm happy to be here in beautiful India, sharing the stage with these distinguished colleagues to exchange our thoughts and experiences with each other. I requested that I skip the presentation because my presentations tend to put the audience to sleep. So I will just be saying a few words to answer the questions related. First, let me simplify how stakeholder engagement is done in Saudi Arabia, how it's been and how it is today. If I can simplify it, I would say it's been 2 different periods. There is the pre-2015 period and the post-2015 period. Pre-2015, Saudi Standards was doing more engagement, putting more effort, taking more initiative to try to reach the public sector and the private sector to bring them on the table. Awareness wasn't very high in the community. The stakes were not clear to the stakeholders, and so the effort was high. And the result was modest, if I can say. Post-2015, there was a paradigm shift. We have our Vision 2030, which is our national strategy in Saudi Arabia, and that national strategy is a 360, covering all sectors and all domains in the country, and it is supported by sectorial strategies and programs that are steered, that are supervised by steering committees, and these steering committees cascade into working groups, and these working groups have been engaging SASO heavily to develop standards, to relay their requirements to us. And so it's a very healthy time. It is a very active time. The results are, very satisfactory to SASO. We doubled our technical committees. We have about 225 stakeholders at the moment, from public sector, from private sector, from NGOs. It's a very diverse group that ensures that the standard has a balanced approach and the results are serving the community. We are happy to say that over 55% actually of participants are from the private sector. And so the result is, again, satisfactory to SASO. Also, as a result of this high engagement from the private sector and the public sector, we found ourselves with great requirements and great insight into the future and what is coming, and the anticipated technologies and services. So we were in a better position to put a standard strategy. This is different than the corporate strategy of SASO. It is a specific strategy for the standards department, and that is basically a roadmap for all the standards that are going to be worked on for the foreseeable future based on the directions of the community. And that strategy covers 17 sectors, answering to all the programs and sub-strategies of the nation, from technology and AI to agriculture, energy, and logistics and transportation. And as a result, we've had actually multiple success stories that I don't have the time to share all, but I can probably go through one or two. We have there is the circular economy initiative that was launched by Saudi Arabia in during its presidency of the G20 during the year 2020. The circular carbon economy initiative resulted actually in over 55 standards being developed and approved in partnership with public sector and the private sector. Most notably, it was led by the Ministry of Energy and NEOM, and we are happy about that success story. Another success story that we are proud of, actually, because it was carried totally by the private sector, by a charity foundation, Al-Mahadib Charity Foundation, with MCAN. They collaborated to establish the standards necessary for the early childhood environment, and that resulted in standards being developed and approved for these schools that target infancy all the way to 6 years old. And we are happy about that success story, especially because it was, steered and supervised by the private sector, and SASO was playing the role of a member, which is really an ideal situation for, I think, what we're all seeking in this room. The scenarios and the success stories actually are many, but I don't think we have time to go over them. I'll give the floor back to Henry, and I'm happy to answer any questions the audience has either now or after this session. Thank you very much.
Omar, thank you very much indeed. We've come to the end of our presentations, and in the time that we have left, I thought, and I think I mentioned this to you at the start of the session, I thought that the best thing to do would be to ask the panelists the same question each, and so that they can relate it to the stakeholder categories that they're representing. We've heard a lot of good initiatives from the presentations that have been shared with you this afternoon. We've also heard some of the obstacles, but what I'm looking for now from each of you is, do you have one concrete recommendation or action that you can provide to assist the stakeholder category you've been representing on this panel in becoming more active participants in the standardization process? Ashim, could I start with you, please?
So only one would be limiting myself too much because I have plenty of it to offer. But then one thing that I believe needs to happen in our country is basically the hand-holding of the stakeholder, or basically enrichment of the stakeholders in terms of the process that they have to go through to become a part of the standard system, which in turn basically will help more consumer organizations to participate in all the standards committees, all the regulatory bodies. Right now, this is limited to a few, which is a disadvantage for the community as a whole. I think the standards body, the ministry, the regulatory framework needs to handhold consumer organizations through a process which might take a little long to actually get more people on board from representing the consumer's point of view, rather than only a few consumer organizations participating. It's not about paying them for TADA or whatever it is. It's about the strength that they will bring in getting consumer views across the table, because all of them would come from different parts of the country. And with a demography like what we have in India, probably sitting in Delhi is not enough and contributing is not enough. So it's more consumer organizations and hand-holding of them. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you very much. Dennis, same question, young professionals.
Yes, indeed. So to me, it's very important for the country to have a young professional program. Like what I mentioned about the IC workshop, it's not just the workshop, It's not just you join the workshop and then you forget about it. What we need is a continual process where once you join the workshop, you are part of a network where you also receive information and where you are encouraged to continue to maybe even participate. So I think it's very important that our members, the countries, they organize a young professional workshop, or rather a young professional program where people who participate don't just get out of the loop after that, but they are kept informed of things. They are encouraged to be involved. So this is what I think is going to be very important to ensure that we have always good succession planning in standards work.
Thank you. Julian.
Yes, for the startups, in Germany you have, I'm using this as an example, the German Institute for Standardization, and some 10-15 years ago they came with an initiative from the ministry side, from the German Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, to involve in collaboration with this Standardization Institute to get the voices of all the stakeholders out there. So from the industry, from associations, and these are the tables, these are the round tables, these are the committees where startups need to be on board and represented as well. So this would be really great to establish this one also, and we could, from our end, facilitate it in the Indo-German context, and to have the startups also represented, particularly when it comes to digital topics, about data, about blockchain, about AI and machine learning, about all these kind of topics. It's absolutely crucial to have the startups on board. And well, we need to, with this, also raise the awareness among the startups to get them on board, but maybe in both directions, raise that awareness and include them there. That would be my 2 cents.
Great, thank you. Deepak, academia.
So I would put this in two folds. That one is the student category. Students, they really become our brand ambassador. So first of all, we should try to see that when BIS is approaching for any standard, so it is not they want to popularize their standards. I think everybody must understand that if the standards are there, they are for everyone. So they have not come for the popularization of their standards. I think that is the key issue. And the students, if they are able to appreciate that in a long run, the moment if they go for any job, if they know about the standards, they will always have an upper edge. So this is regarding the students. Regarding the faculty also, as we all know in India that we have number of standards and some review committee, new standards, a large number of experts are there. There also sometimes the feeling is that when VIS has approached, whether we should go or not, or what we will get. Actually, this type of tendency, so long as if we have what I will get, nothing you will get. Actually, it is everybody has to go along, and then everybody will get, and this should be the spirit. I think then the success will be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deepak. Thank you very much. And in the same order that we did earlier, Roland, why don't you go next, please?
Thank you. I would like to quote an association of ours who probably contribute the most expertise and members to our committees. I think approximately 400 representatives they represent. So it's a big piece of the puzzle when you think about 5,000 people. And I asked if I could quote him. I'm not going to say his name, but increasingly, industry associations are facing pressure to demonstrate the value and the return on investment of contributing to standards development. I let that sink in for a while from your biggest contributor. That is quite a shock and a risk. I mean, without our contributors, there is no standards development. So that is front of mind at this point. And how are we addressing that? We've got a fantastic resource within Standards Australia called Better by Standards. And it's led by quite a renowned journalist who essentially takes a standard, you shall do this, the requirement is that, and puts it into the story, essentially, that we can use for our sort of media, publications, presentations at events, and it just really brings the human side into standards. Talking about awareness, I've heard a few times tonight, people aren't aware of the technical specifications or the requirements 1, 2, 3, but they're aware if they don't have that pool fence or they don't have that lock on their gate securely to a standard that their children could fall in the pool. That's real. So we're really trying to use this resource to bring that element in. So what is Shears doing? I contacted 10 of our biggest organizations and said, would you be prepared to participate in an interview or potentially just send us your comments? We got agreement from them, and as we speak this week, she's talking to these experts and getting their views on the benefits of standardization or the participation of standards. And we're looking at quite a few levels. So the benefit of an individual, the benefit of a company, the benefit of an association, and then we're overlaying that with the benefit of working at a national level, develop benefits of working at international level, from various levels as well, geopolitics to your country to your association. And we are creating 2 different versions of this document. We want it to be like a story, 4 or 5 pages, nothing more, infographics, really punchy. And we're creating one version which is going to have no Standards Australia branding, and our organisations can use it for their constituents at a CEO level or C level and say, this is why we think you should replace Bob, who was grey and had no hair, with Joe. So using that as a resource for them, and then we'll also piggyback with that resource to share that document within our realms, and I'll be happy to share it with BIS or any other associations that may be facing the same problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you very much. Omar, last but not least, same question, specific recommendation, please.
Thank you, Henry. Well, can't say much more other than, what my colleagues mentioned today. I will just maybe highlight one point, is that we are facing a similar challenge, all of us, in this area of getting the stakeholders on board to sit on the table and realize their interest and their stake in the process. And the point I'd like to highlight is maybe it's not so much on big companies. Big companies have the awareness, they realize that they would pay to sit on the table and steer or contribute to the standard in a way that would serve their strategies and their interests. The challenge is bringing the small and medium size, in my opinion. And I think our awareness programs as SDOs should be more focused on SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, to make sure that their interests are, relayed in developing the standard, to make sure that they realize how their contributions impact their business and their strategies and their products and services. And, we at SASO have a strategy, a PR strategy for bringing small and medium-sized enterprises to join the standard development process. And we have been partially successful so far. We would like to be more successful. The challenge is ongoing, but we are gaining ground on that and having some success stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to give a few closing remarks, if I may. I think one of the things that came out in the discussion this afternoon that I've observed is that we seem to underestimate the personal gain that can be had from participating in standards-related activities. You may have heard in the introduction that was given for my background that I spent quite a few years in the US in the telecom sector, and it amazed me how many people would jump around from, this was back when telecom was mega rich, let's face it. So how many people would just jump around from one company to another. But in the time in between, they would finance themselves to continue in the standards process, because that's what they were able to sell their new employer, the fact that they're completely up to date on everything that they can do. So I don't think we should ever underestimate the professional gain that can be had from being a part of this community, even though, I don't know about you, but like me, nobody ever told me when I was in school what a standard was or anything of that nature. So it's a bit of an uphill battle, as we've heard this afternoon, but I just wanted to share that observation. My next observation is yesterday we heard the phrase a lot, people, planet, profit, or prosperity. I think it's clear to everybody that today we've been talking about people and getting people engaged, and without people we have nothing. We have nothing. So the more we can do to engage people in our line of work and be the people who give their time, their energy, their expertise, and their intelligence, I think we have a ways to go, but we also have plans for how we can get there, which is encouraging. And bang on time, since I did put the fear of God into the panel, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody on this panel enormously for sharing their insights, for being available to you afterwards to ask any questions you may have. I would also like to thank you, the audience. I think this has been very helpful to hold this session. And last but not least, I would like to thank BIS for these last 2 days. I think this has been an excellent event that has brought together those of us from different countries as well as those new friends that we've met from here in India. And we have been very lucky to be part of this, and we give all our thanks to BIS and the organizers. And as you can probably tell, you can tell that I'm somebody who likes his food. And I am grateful at the quality of the food we've had here. It's been incredible. And I just wanted to close with that. Thanks, everybody. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I think you can request cheer for BIS.
Yes, exactly. I think we had that cheer for BIS, but we'll do it again. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, our esteemed moderator and panelists, for bringing your insights and experiences on this table. As Mr. Henry has rightly said, that as we are working towards one earth, one family, one future, that means we are working for the people. And therefore, people must feel encouraged to contribute towards standards. Thank you once again, the panelists and the moderator. Now, it's time to present memento as a token of appreciation, and for doing the honors, I request Deputy Director Generals BIS, Mr. Chandan Behel, Mr. P. Rajesh, and Ms. Nizat Haq to kindly come to the dais. Acha. I also request Deputy Director General Lieutenant Colonel Kumar Shantanu and Mr. Vinod Kumar to please join us on the dais. I request Mr. Chandan Behel to kindly present memento to our moderator, Mr. Henry Kusheri. I now request Mr. P. Rajesh to kindly present memento to Mr. Dennis Chio. Thank you, sir. I now request Ms. Nizat Haq to kindly present the memento to Mr. Roland Terry Lloyd. Now I request Lieutenant Colonel Kumar Shantanu to kindly present the memento to Mr. Omar Abdulaziz Al-Gawaiz. I now request Mr. Vinod Kumar to please present the memento to Mr. Julian Zix. I now once again request Mr. Chandan Behel to present the memento to Mr. Ashim Sanyal. I now request Mr. P. Rajesh to kindly present the memento to Professor Deepak Khare. I would request all of you to kindly come forward for the group photo. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished moderator and the panelists for this engaging session. Thank you once again.
We are just about to start the concluding session. Please wait for the change the dials, etc.
So we are just going to start the concluding session. Kindly wait till the arrangements at the dais are being changed. Our Honorable Minister is going to arrive very soon, so I request all the participants, delegates and participants to remain seated in the auditorium. As I said, Honorable Minister would be joining us very soon. I once again request all of you to kindly remain seated in the auditorium.
स्पीकर से Webex का
Hello. Sir, am I audible? Please confirm, sir. यहाँ से कैसे स्पीकर खोलूं? Hello. Am I audible?
Hello. Yeah, we are doing an audio check. Can you please greet yourself? Can you please introduce yourself just one by one? By this, just say your name, please.
So Adrian Pascal, France.
Yes, go on, please. Mr. Mustafa?
Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Minister has already arrived. I once again request all of you to kindly remain seated.
Okay. Mr. Christoph? Yes, thank you. Mr. Javier? Javier Garcia? Yes, thank you, sir. Mr. Lancy? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Anton? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We are all good to go, sir. We'll just inform you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
honorable dignitaries, distinguished delegates, and esteemed colleagues, as we come to the concluding session of this event, it's time to reflect on the wealth of knowledge, insights, and connections we have gathered in these 2 days. And it is a matter of great privilege, pride, and joy for us that today, on this event of Standards Dialogue 2023 under India's presidency, which has been joined by IEC, ISO, ITU, and NSBs of G20 member and invitee countries, the Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India, Mr. Piyush Goyal, is present among us. He has been joined by Secretary Consumer Affairs, Mr. Rohit Kumar Singh, Director General BIS, Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Special Secretary Consumer Affairs, Ms. Nidhi Khare, and Vice President IEC, Mr. Vimal Mahendru. I would now like to request DG BIS, Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari, to welcome Honorable Minister with potted plant and a shawl. Sir, we had a very enlightening opening ceremony yesterday and 3 very engaging technical sessions. In order to apprise you on the highlights of what has transpired during these 2 days, I invite Head International Relations, Ms. Razna Sehgal.
Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Mr. Piyush Goyal ji, Secretary Consumer Affairs, Mr. Rohit Kumar Singh, Special Secretary Madam Ms. Nidhi Khare, Director General BIS, Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari, and IEC Vice President and SMB Chair, Mr. Vimal Mahendru. The 2-day-long G20 Standards Dialogue 2023 on the theme of Zero Defect, Zero Effect witnessed productive discussions on improving sustainability in standards, strengthening stakeholder participation, and streamlining technical regulations. The event saw healthy participation from national standard bodies of G20 nations and stakeholders across different sectors in physical and virtual mode. It is my pleasure to share the highlights of the opening ceremony and the 3 technical sessions. The opening session was graced by Honorable Minister of State, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaubey, along with Secretary Commerce and Secretary Consumer Affairs, CEOs of ISO, IEC, and ITU, and Director General BIS. This session emphasized on how the G20 2023 theme of One Earth, One Family, and One Future serves as an inspirational foundation for fostering trust and collaboration in the realm of standards and technical regulations, with the aim of achieving global, inclusive, and sustainable development. The concept of zero defect and zero effect was acknowledged as the driving force for industrial progress, striving to deliver high-quality products and services while minimizing environmental impact and placing the consumer at the core of our efforts. The Session 1, Standards for Sustainability, moderated by Mr. Vimal Mahendru, with panelists from Japan, UK, and India, focused on the role of standards in realizing the aim of building a sustainable future, recognizing the imperative of enhanced dialogue and collaboration amongst regulators and standard-setting bodies across different countries. The speakers stressed that this is crucial for achieving SDGs. Additionally, the speakers underscored the significance of new technologies, such as green hydrogen and other renewable energy sources, which play a pivotal role in mitigating climate change. The session 2 on regulations and good regulatory practices was moderated by Ms. Atsuko Okuda, ITU, with panelists from Saudi Arabia, South Korea, WTO, and India. It stressed on importance of good regulatory practices ranging from product safety to food standards and their impact on human health and well-being. The speakers highlighted their unique regulatory approaches and challenges, including balancing non-tariff measures, addressing the complexity of technical regulations, and the need for different treatment for developing and developed countries. The session 3 on stakeholder engagement for standardization, moderated by Mr. Henry Kushuri from ISO and panelists from ISO, IC, Australia, Germany, Saudi Arabia, and India, underscored the importance of hearing all voices in standardization and technical regulations. Speakers explored methods to foster collaboration between stakeholders, including academia, young professionals, industry, consumers, research, startups, MSMEs, for effective standard setting that complements national and international efforts, strengthening global trade and commerce, and which would ultimately help in achieving the United Nations agenda of people, planet, and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for providing us with the brief of the various sessions. Moving ahead, we have the presidential address by the Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India, Mr. Piyush Goyal. Mr. Goyal has also held the portfolio of Minister of Railways, Finance, Corporate Affairs, Coal, Power, New and Renewable Energy, and Mines previously. In his tenure as Minister of Commerce and Industry, India achieved its highest ever exports of about $675 billion in 2021-2022. He led the signing of a free trade agreement with UAE, the fastest ever negotiated FTA globally, and the India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, India's first agreement with a developed country after a decade. He oversaw the launch of production-linked incentive schemes to bring manufacturing at the center stage and emphasize its significance in driving growth and creating jobs. As Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, he led the implementation of the world's largest food security program, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, by distribution of free food grains to nearly 80 crore people over 2 years, providing support to the poor, vulnerable, weaker sections of the society. I have the distinct honor of humbly requesting our Honorable Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, to grace us with his presidential address, guiding us with his profound wisdom. Thank you, sir.
Don't worry, I don't mean to insult or anything. You are being kind to me. पर इतना भी ज़्यादा ना हो जाए कि लोग फिर उल्टा ही समझें कुछ. Honorable Secretary, Consumer Affairs, Mr. Rohit Singh, the Director General, Bureau of Indian Standards, Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Special Secretary, Consumer Affairs, Srimati Nidhi Khare, Shri Vimal Mahendru, all the distinguished participants online and present in the room here today from across countries, across the globe, all the distinguished technical experts involved with the BIS and with quality setting, quality standard making in India, young professionals that I see in good measure who are coming into the quality space and are helping the nation develop a culture of quality. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm indeed delighted to be a part of this G20 Standards Dialogue 2023.
I'd like to compliment Rohit ji and Pramod ji and their teams for having put together in a very short time this engagement with our G20 friends, with our countries from other parts of the world, to take forward the agenda that was finalized by our leaders to activate in such a short span of time after the Leaders' Summit what was discussed and decided in the historic G20 Leaders' Declaration, the New Delhi Declaration. And truly, this standards dialogue will help us discuss the challenges before the sectors, the opportunities that standards create or standards provide for industry and businesses to grow. It will help improve our trade, our competitiveness, our exports, help safeguard the health of our people, of our workers, of our farmers, and obviously all of this culminating in the protection of our consumers, because that's the largest section of society. Every single person on globe, there are 8 billion consumers. Each one of them has rights, has a desire to have a better quality of life and better quality of goods and services. In fact, Mr. Pramod Tiwari told me that he looks at standards as a passport to trade, and I cannot but agree with him. Truly, standards are like patents or our rights to technology or rights to our innovation. And those who control standards, those who have the ability to maintain high standards, are the ones who will control markets, control prices, control processes, and become the manufacturers and innovators of tomorrow. At the G20 New Delhi Declaration, we have truly laid down the path for shaping the world's tomorrow today. And in some sense, this is a very auspicious beginning today. And I'm sure that the theme, zero effect, zero defect, zero effect, is something that will resonate with all of us here. This is something the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, had articulated about 9 years ago. And as an evangelist for high quality, as an evangelist for sustainability, Prime Minister Modi has been on the forefront to create an awareness both within the country and internationally about the need for collective action and the need for all of us to come together in a fair, balanced and equitable manner to ensure we leave behind a better world for the next generation. We focus on sustainability. We make growth more inclusive. We ensure growth doesn't come at the cost of the health of our people, at the cost of future risk to the globe, but at the same time, we ensure that we progress towards adoption of world-class standards, particularly in the less developed and developing countries also, possibly in a calibrated, in a graded manner, but certainly with a collective commitment to achieve high quality provision of goods and services for the people of the world. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are also before us. They are an important element to provide for the roadmap on standards and on sustainability. And I'm sure the goal for zero hunger, the goal for health and wellness, the goal for a better quality of life for every citizen will be important for all of us to keep in mind when we debate on this important subject. Affordable clean energy, as we transition to better energy models, the global circular economy, That's an integral part of sustainable growth, where we look at recycling, reuse, and overall, we look at ensuring how we can keep waste to a bare minimum, which is absolutely unavoidable. That is the road forward, that is the pathway before us, and we in government desire only to act as a facilitator, not as a disruptor of your processes. We don't want to be the cause of any pain, any agony, but we want to handhold, we want to support your efforts, we want to make India compete with the rest of the world on equal terms, basis our quality, our competitiveness, and particularly looking at the large scale that India provides, the economies that we can get due to scale. The fact that if we produce good quality products and provide good services, the world is our stage. The world is an opportunity for us to capture. We have a lot to learn from the developed world. We have a lot to support other emerging economies and less developed countries. When all of us come together, when all of us work as a team, I think standards will enable holistic development and the adoption of new technologies towards transforming lives, towards a sustainable future for the world. Friends, a lot of the jargon we hear, a lot of the words around sustainability are now resonating with common people also. The common man on the street recognizes that sustainable growth is good for him or her. Everybody today recognizes that growth will have to be inclusive, cannot leave anybody behind. And therefore, we have before us a very large agenda to move towards a low carbon economy. We have to all work together to see how we can promote processes which are really helpful. Thank you. Processes which are really helpful and become a pillar of the growth that we are looking in the years ahead. In terms of quality control orders, India is making rapid strides to encourage more and more consumers to become demanding consumers, to demand high quality goods and services, at the same time giving a reasonable amount of time for our producers to adopt to these new quality standards and ensure that India becomes recognized as a provider of good quality products, and we also come into the committee of those nations which are recognized for high quality standards within their country and for their export markets. As I see the way forward, I think it's going to be the synergy and synchronization that we can all work towards, the harmonization that we can all work towards, which will help us engage with international bodies, help us adopt standards which are internationally acceptable, keeping in mind our national condition, keeping in mind areas or very specific aspects that each country would have as unique propositions for their local people or local systems. Balancing that, we have to move towards global standards, towards standards which are acceptable around the world, so that India gets out of the mindset of two standards of everything that we produce. I remember those bad old days, if I can say, where every product had a mark for export quality. And the discerning consumers or the consumers who could afford to pay more would walk into a store and say, show me the goods which are of export quality. Our effort, ladies and gentlemen, is to move out of that mindset. Our effort is that every product that is made in India will be a high quality product. And a consumer, when he picks up a product in India, will be reassured of high quality and will not have to look at different products for its quality. And friends, policy making in India is moving in that direction. I'm sure we can learn a lot from other colleagues from the developed world, and together all of us can make this G20 Standards Dialogue a regular engagement and help those who do not have such robust systems, the less developed countries, countries in smaller countries, Pacific Island or Caribbean countries. We need to get them also engaged and help work together to make high quality as the only quality across the world. Let us all seize this opportunity and seize this moment. Let us all engage with each other. Let us all work together to collectively be the change that we want to see in the other. And I think if we all get together, if we all set a shared vision for a better world as our mantra, as our driving force, I am sure in the next few years, we in India and other countries along with us will all be able to upgrade our own ecosystems, our own standards, our own test labs, and hopefully have mutual recognition agreements with other countries so that quality is a given. And quality is not something that comes out of pressure, that comes out of quality control labs, but comes out of a personal conviction of each and every stakeholder to ensure a healthier and better future, a more prosperous future for Mother Earth and for every citizen of the world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish your Global Standards Dialogue all success.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening address and calling standards as a passport for trade, and also giving thrust on UN SDGs, zero hunger and good health and well-being. So with that, now the next is the remarks by the G20 member and invitee national standards body. So there are some countries, NSBs, who are attending face-to-face, some who are attending the event in virtual mode, and a few have sent their pre-recorded video messages. So we will start with the G20 member countries who are attending the event physically. And first, I would like to call Mr. Roland Terry Lloyd, Head of Stakeholder Engagement and Strategic Initiatives, Standards Australia.
Thank you. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, colleagues, and new friends. It has been a wonderful 2 days, and I have to thank BIS again for the event that they put on. We spent 2 years organising the ISOM, and what you have done in a short space of time is absolutely amazing. I'm going to be very short, and one key takeaway that I took from yesterday's session was that whilst governments make decisions, it is the people in this room and the organisations that they represent that are best placed to execute on those decisions. And it's important that ongoing G20 Standards Dialogue needs to occur outside of the annual summit. I'm confident that if we ensure ongoing collaboration at a regulatory, conformance and its standards levels, we will provide the best opportunity to improve our country's trade, innovation and economic ambitions. I'm grateful for this short but wonderful time here in India. And on a lighter note, if I may, on behalf of Australia and South Africa, all the best to the Indians in the Cricket World Cup. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowlett. Now next we have Mr. Omar Abdul Aziz Al Khwaiz, Vice Governor for Standards and Metrology, SASO, Saudi Arabia.
Your Excellencies, CEOs, representatives of national body standards and relevant international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, as the delegation representing Saudi Standards, Metrology and Quality Organization of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are honored to be part of this G20 Standard Dialogue. I would like to express my congratulations to the Republic of India for assuming the G20 presidency of this year. I would also like to express my appreciation to our colleagues at the Bureau of Indian Standards for their great preparations and arrangements of this important event. Furthermore, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Republic of Brazil on assuming the presidency of the G20 next year. Dear colleagues and participants, the Standard Dialogue of this year with the theme Zero Defect, Zero Effect aims, among other things, to reduce air pollution and help protect our environment. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, within its Vision 2030 national strategy has developed many initiatives that support this general theme. One key initiative that was established and launched is called the Product Safety Program. This program is a comprehensive national framework that integrates standards, regulations, technologies, and operations in order to ensure the safety of products in Saudi Arabia for the consumer and for the environment, whether it is locally produced or imported. This initiative has contributed to raising the product conformity indicator in Saudi Arabia from 66.8% conforming to standards in 2018 to 82.1% by the end of 2020. It has also contributed to improving improving Saudi Arabia's ranking globally on the Trading Cross-Border Index by moving it up by 72 levels from rank 158 all the way up to rank 86. Also, as part of the Vision 2030 strategy of Saudi Arabia, we have launched a nationwide legal metrology program that works to ensure periodic inspection of measuring instruments used in official transactions in order to help increase fairness and transparency in trade. Dear participants, we as the international standardization community, we are privileged to have a key role in maintaining the safety of people and cleanliness of our planet. Our collective efforts and strong collaboration with each other are integral to achieving our common goals and enhancing sustainable activities towards zero defect, zero effect. I'm confident that together we will be able to promote the role of standards in achieving sustainability and prosperity for our economies and societies. In conclusion, I wish to again extend my heartfelt thanks and appreciation to BIS for inviting us to this beautiful gathering today and to all that contributed to the success of this dialogue with their presence and their fruitful contributions. I look forward to this dialogue would reduce the inclusive recommendations that would contribute to the future of the global economy and ensure the safety and prosperity of all nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Omar. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Chang-Zu Lee, Director General, Bureau of TBT Affairs, CATS, South Korea.
distinguished guests, honorable colleagues. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for the meaningful opportunity to strengthen cooperation through this G20 Summit and G20 Standard Dialogue in the area of technical regulation. Our Korea President Yoon Suk-yeol noted that Korea announced a Digital Bill of Rights last September, highlighting in the 5 principles of freedom, fairness, safety, innovation, and solidarity as fundamental value that should be pursued in the AI digital era. Korea will host the AI Global Forum to support the launch of an international organization under the United Nations tasked with establishing a global AI governance systems. Over the past 2 days, we have shared each country's experience and success stories in the area of technical regulation and best regulatory practice, first discussion on the common challenges that we faced in the implementing them, and identified opportunities for cooperation and improvement. We will be able to create a collaborative channel that will enable ongoing discussion and knowledge exchange on technical regulations and best regulatory practice, and promote a transparent and evidence-based participatory regulation process to promote economic growth, innovation, and consumer protection. Thank you for all your hard work over the last 2 days. Thank you. Can I give a personal comment for the yesterday inaugural address, if you may allow? Okay. I was impressed by Mr. Ashwini Kumar Chubi's inaugural address in the first session yesterday. Being a foreigner, I couldn't understand all of the content, but I could sense the context. He and you seems to be performing a religious ceremony. He seems to be awakening the tiger and the dragon deep within you. He called you, and you seem to be preparing to fly forward a one future. As I watch you prepare for the G20 Summit and the G20 Standard Dialogue, I see India's future clearly in front of me. It is an honor to be with you at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for wishing India a bright future. Now I would like to invite from United Kingdom, Mr. Peter Seasons, International Engagement Director, BSI.
Honourable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great pleasure to join the G20 Standards Dialogue this year, and I'd like to extend my thanks to the Government of India and the Bureau of Indian Standards for pulling together such a vibrant and such a thought-provoking session over the last 2 days. We've covered some really important areas. We've talked about the need to further our sustainability agenda and the role that standards can play to enable this. We've talked about the way that standards can play a really key role to support regulatory policy. and also the importance of incorporating all stakeholder voices within that process. All these issues are interlinked. The sustainability challenges that we face as a world are the greatest that we've ever seen. We have a portfolio of deliverables that we would want organisations to use to really support their journey to a net zero future. But there are gaps and there are spaces where standards need to be developed. And as a community, we need to come together to develop solutions collaboratively between nations to address global challenges that we all face. We face now and our future generations face. These standards can play a strong role in terms of supporting policymakers and supporting the attainment of positive policy outcomes. And it's really vitally important to really incorporate the voices of all stakeholder communities in that dialogue. In the UK, we do a lot of work and outreach to ensure that all stakeholder communities have an equal opportunity to participate in the process. And as a consequence, we get better standards at the end of the day. So I'd just like to reflect on the great 2 days that we've had. I won't talk about the cricket for obvious reasons, but it's just been a great honour and pleasure to be here. We need to move the dial forward in terms of taking these conversations to delivering tangible outcome and output, and BSI looks forward to working with our G20 peers to deliver over the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. And I would like to mention that we are also very delighted to have you and the other NSB countries present over here. Now, next, we have the G20 member countries who are attending the event virtually. First, we have from France, Mr. Adrien Pascal, Digital Economic Service of the General Direction for Enterprises.
Your Excellencies, distinguished, I have the honor to speak with you on the behalf of all French communities involved in the International Standards Organization, ISO, IEC, and ITU. I'm Adrien Pascal, the head of International Digital Policy in charge of digital standards in liaison with our national standardization body. The theme of this year's dialogue is indeed very important as we face today the consequences of climate change. Among all the actions taken to mitigate its negative impacts, standardization plays an important role. Thus, we welcome this event's initiative to promote sustainability through inclusive standardization and good regulatory practices. The 3 sessions of this dialogue highlight essential points to achieve the goal of zero defect and zero effect. First, standards for sustainability. Definition of standards are indeed essential to work toward a greener and more sustainable economy. It is one way to achieve the Sustainable Development Objective of the UN, which are primary guidelines for all of our organization. The environment must be considered in each step of our work. On this matter, I am very proud of the recent launch of the new Standardization Committee on European Environmental Excellence, which had its first meeting at the end of August. The European Environmental Excellence Standards are indeed an accelerator on our path towards a green economy. Second, having technical regulation and good regulatory practices are essential to lead fruitful discussion and strengthen our cooperation. It allows a better understanding and a way to work on the same basis to achieve common goals and results. Sustainability can only be achieved if we are working together and at the international level. Third, those 2 points that I just mentioned can only be possible if all the stakeholders engage in the standardization process. Balanced representation is fundamental, and we must have stakeholders from all horizons to share views and interests and then work together. In this regard, the board of AFNOR, our national standardization body, just launched a new program to promote the teaching of standardization in the post-secondary education system. As regards electrotechnical standards, we have been developing for several years a national branch of the IEC Young Professional Program. Such initiatives aim to widen the range of stakeholders that participate in the development of standards. We firmly believe that thanks to an international cooperation, standardization can achieve sustainability. And those 3 topics of the dialogue show it. We appreciate the good discussion of those last 2 days and thank the organization of the G20 for the opportunity to talk about standardization and how it can help us to work for a more sustainable work. On the last thing, I wanted to thank India for the presidency of the G20 and wish good luck to Brazil for next year. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Pascal. And next, we have from Germany, Mr. Christoph Winterhalter.
I'm really pleased to see this event being organized within the framework of India's G20 presidency. After all, standardization is playing an important role in translating the results of political negotiations into action. And we, as standardization organizations, are available as reliable partners to our stakeholders in industry and politics for this very purpose. The guiding principle of the G20 Standards Dialogue is zero defect and zero effect. Regarding this principle, I believe standardization is a key to success. On one hand, international manufacturing and products contain the necessary requirements to provide small and medium-sized enterprises around the globe with the required knowledge to produce with high quality and without defects. The societal task of standardization is to disseminate technical knowledge and hence increase the quality of products and processes is the basis for the importance and value that standardization has had in business and industry in Germany for over 100 years. On the other hand, sustainability, and in particular, the advancing climate change, are important topics that are being increasingly urgent. ISO and IEC, together with its member organizations worldwide, are already taking responsibility in this context. ISO, supported by its members, has issued a commitment on climate change already in September 2021 in London. As member of the ISO family, we have committed to foster the active consideration of climate science and associated transitions in the development of new and revised international standards and publications, and to facilitate the involvement of civil society and those most vulnerable to climate change in the development of all international standards and publications. An ISO action plan detailing concrete actions and initiatives was developed and is regularly revised together with its members. IEC and its German member DKE are also committed to climate protection, focusing on an all-electric and connected society. ISO and IEC, together with their national standards bodies and committees, will play an essential role in helping to tackle these challenges. Standards are increasingly addressing the UN Sustainable Development Goals with a special focus on SDG 13, climate action, and are thus indeed very suitable for addressing the important goal of zero effect. Together, industry and standardization, in close cooperation with policymakers, will be able to further increase the quality of products and at the same time sustainably reduce their effect on our planet. Thank you very much.
We just heard the remarks of Chairman DIN Germany, Mr. Christoph. Thank you, Mr. Christoph. Now next we have from Italy, Mr. Ruggero Lenzi, Director General UNI.
Good day to all from Italy. And I want to express gratitude to BIS and its Director General for the initiative to organize this standard dialogue within the G20 presidency. This year in India, after Saudi Arabia in 2020, Italy in 2021, and Indonesia last year. We believe that the goal of the Indian government for G20 is one Earth, one family, and one future. It's also the core of ISO strategy. with the effort of the national standards bodies all over the world, especially those of G20 countries, we can provide technical worldwide solutions to facilitate global trade and reach all our citizens in a healthy and safe net zero world with the support of consensus-based standardization. Our community of qualified experts represented different stakeholders, also acting at national level with the support of all ISO members of the G20, has the responsibility to define high-quality products and services, helping digital and energy transition in a sustainable and ethical way. In UNI, in Italy, we have recently developed and published a national technical specification for the measurement of circular economy, one of the first in the world, to guarantee well-being of women and men and fair economies of the future, with zero effect and zero defect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Next, we have from Russia, Mr. Anton Salev, CEO, GOST R.
Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, dear friends, it is a great honor for me to be a part of G20 Standards Dialogue and to represent the Russian Federation as one of G20 members at this event. I would like to sincerely thank BIS for organizing this important conference, which myself and my colleagues have been following within these 2 days, unfortunately only online. The G20 Standards Dialogue this year has the topic Zero Defect, Zero Effect, and I will echo my colleagues and friends from other NSBs to say that it is an extremely important and timely concept. With increasing digitalization, with new technologies appearing, AI, metaverse, new materials, etc., the quality assurance of products, processes, and services must be reconsidered in order to protect consumer interests, increasing their confidence in products, trademarks, producers. The period of development for new kinds of products becoming shorter. Meanwhile, the requirements to enhance the quality to reach zero defect and timeliness of standard solutions are becoming even more stringent and needed to support new technologies. On the other hand, new technologies very often bring new threats to our environment, to the climate. Therefore, obtaining zero defect in production and, on the other hand, reaching zero effect of the negative impact to the environment is really a task of the contemporary quality infrastructure. However, we are now living in a new reality. The challenge of contemporary world is diversity. And we have not only to get used to it, but also to learn how to support the sustainable development in this diversity. Our answer to this challenge is the collaboration in standardization. Collaboration between different stakeholders, between regulators, business, society, both on national as well as regional and international level. We strongly believe that countries' cooperation in the processes of international standardization takes the standards to the next level as the principal tool of world's development. International standards are leading our way towards the sustainable development, to create prosperity for people and for our planet. Let's use the G20 Standards Dialogue to create the better world for the next generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anton. Next, we have from Turkey, Mr. Mustafa Koka, Deputy Secretary General, TAC.
His Excellency, dear esteemed CEO of national standard bodies and distinguished guests, I am delighted to share my remarks on the theme of this event, Zero Defect and Zero Effect. In today's rapidly evolving world, where sustainability and quality are important, the concept of zero defect and zero effect holds immense significance. It covers the idea of achieving flawless products and services while minimizing their environmental impact. This theme aligns perfectly with the global efforts to build sustainable future for generations to come. Zero defect signifies our commitment to excellence and quality. It emphasizes the need for international standards, smooth processes, and continuous improvement to ensure that our products and services meet the highest levels of customer satisfaction. By striving for zero defects, we not only enhance consumer trust, but also drive innovation and competitiveness in the global marketplace. However, our pursuit of perfection should not come at the expense of environment. This is where zero effects comes into play. It urges us to minimize the ecological footprint of our operations, products, and services. We must adopt sustainable practices, reduce waste generations, conserve resources, and embrace cleaner technologies. By doing so, we can mitigate the adverse effects of our activities on the environment and contribute to greener planet. Achieving zero defect and zero effect requires collaboration and cooperation among all stakeholders. Governments, business, standard bodies, and consumers must work hand in hand to establish and enforce international standards, to promote sustainable practices and drive innovation. It is through collective action that we can create a world where flawless products coexist with healthy environments. On behalf of Turkish Standard Institution, I am proud to say that we are keen on working with the principles of zero defect and zero effect. We have been actively promoting quality standards and sustainable practices across various industries in Turkey. Through our partnership and collaborations, we aim to foster a culture of excellence and environmental responsibility. In conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to address this esteemed gathering. The G20 Standards Dialogue 2023 serves as a platform for sharing the best practices, exchanging ideas, and forging partnerships. Let us seize this moment to reaffirm our willingness to zero defect and zero effect. And together, let us build a future that is both flawless and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mustafa. We are extremely grateful to the distinguished delegates of G20 member NSBs who are attending the event face-to-face as well as those attending virtually. However, due to certain constraints like time zone differences and other prior engagements, some member NSBs could not attend the event. However, they have been kind enough to share with us their pre-recorded video messages. And we have first to call upon Argentina, and the message from Ms. Osvaldo D. Petroni, Director, Standardization and International Relation, IRM.
On behalf of the National Standardization Bodies of Argentina, we would like to congratulate the Bureau of Indian Standards for organizing this G20 Standards Dialogue under the motto of Zero Defect and Zero Effect. This motto connects the already proven ability of the International Voluntary Standardization Platform to develop by consensus a set on quality management system standards, the 9000 family that has dramatically transformed worldwide the value chain of production and services supply, leading to the zero defect, with a big opportunity for G20 countries to take advantage of such proven platform to address the urgent needs for high-impact tools that help to tackle the actual world challenges related to climate change, sustainability, and equitable inclusion. Therefore, from Argentina, we make again a call to action to use international standardization platform offered by IEC, ISO, and ITU, which collaboratively brings together a wide and inclusive range of stakeholders to agree by consensus on the better available practices to make them available to all kinds and sizes of organizations. Finally, to the governments, please engage in this journey and use international standards or their national adoptions as the cornerstone of its technical regulations.
Now we have the message from Brazil by Mr. Ricardo Ferguson, Director General, ABNT.
Delegates and guests, I am Ricardo Fragoso, General Director of the Brazilian Association of Technical Standards. I am honored to address this message at the G20 Standards Dialogue. I would like to emphasize the importance of the standards in discussing and promoting sustainability in key areas like environment conservation, energy efficiency, and social responsibility, recognizing that the G20 nations collectively hold a significant influence over global policies and practices. Sustainability is one of the most important challenges of our time, and standards are a powerful tool to help us navigate this complex journey towards a more sustainable future. ABNT is highly committed to contributing to a more ecologically balanced world through standardization. Among its actions, we can highlight the Climate Action Plan, which is aligned with the action of the International Organization for Standardization, ISO, and the London Declaration, publication of the National Standard for Environment, Social and Governance, ESG, and for carbon neutrality. Standards guide industry and organizations towards sustainable practices, reducing their environmental impact and promoting responsible consumption and production. Standards also facilitate the development and the adoption of the renewable energy technologies, contributes to clean energy and climate actions. By establishing a common dialogue, the 20 nations hold a unique responsibility and the opportunity to champion the role of the standards in forest sustainability. In this forum, we have the chance to make efforts towards a more sustainable future, promote standards that not only enhance people's welfare, but also protect the environment and contribute to responsible economic growth. By working together as G20 members, we can lead the way and create a more sustainable world for the next generations. Thank you.
Now next we have the message from Canada by Ms. Chantal Gouet, CEO, SCC.
Dear colleagues, I'm Chantal Gay, the CEO of the Standards Council of Canada. Although I cannot join you today in person, the theme of the conference is very close to my heart. I do believe that if we unite, we still have a chance at a better future. This is my message to you today. We must collaborate and ensure that the standardization community works together to achieve zero defect and zero effect. As national standards body, we do face similar challenges, but we also firmly believe that sustainability can be addressed through inclusive standardization and good regulatory practices. The standardization process is built with collaboration, consensus, transparency, and ensuring all voices are heard and represented at the table. We must continue to apply the same principles to drive progress in standardization and the global regulatory environment. The international community's commitment to collective success is critical in tackling these urgent and interconnected challenges. Together, we can use the power of standardization to bring solutions and reach the G20 goal of one Earth, one family, one future. Thank you.
Next, we have the message from China by Mr. Gao Chengguang, Deputy Director General of Standards, Innovative Management Department, SAC.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Guo Chengguang from the National Standardization Administration of the People's Republic of China. It's my privilege and honor to participate in this important G20 Standard Dialogue. The recently concluded 2023 World Standards Day was themed on shared vision for a better world. Aligning with it, China also held a celebration themed on standards shape a better life. The theme of this Standards Dialogue, which is Zero Defect, Zero Effect, coincides with the theme of this year's World Standards Day and highly corresponds to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the UN SDGs. I'd like to thank BIS for hosting this dialogue to provide a platform for sharing insights on standards promoting sustainable development and building consensus. Standards promote sustainable development, build a strong bridge for global trade, and strongly support the fairness and openness of the unified market. Human well-being could be safeguarded when ensuring conformity to standards and market requirements for health and safety. Standards for sustainability and a better life is the direction of efforts of all standardization people. Let's stand united to work together to accelerate the UN 2030 Agenda with standards for the SDGs and our shared vision for a better world. Thank you.
And now we have the message from Indonesia by Mr. Kuku Ekmat, Chairman, BSN.
Distinguished participants of G20 Standard Dialogue 2023, ladies and gentlemen, I am truly honored to address you in support of this momentous event, the G20 Standard Dialogue 2023. Although I regret that I cannot be with you in person, I am deeply grateful for this opportunity to share my thoughts. This year's dialogue, under the exceptional leadership of Bureau of Indian Standards, has been an extraordinary platform for exploring the critical issues surrounding standards, sustainability, technical regulation, and good regulatory practices. The theme, Zero Defect and Zero Effect, encapsulates the essence of sustainability, emphasizing the urgent need to address environmental concerns while striving for excellence in product and services. Through inclusive standardization and good regulatory practices, we have aligned our efforts with the G20's overarching goal of one Earth, one family, one future. Such G20 goal is not just a slogan, it is a shared responsibility. As we focus on sustainability, regulatory excellence, and stakeholder engagement, we aim to shape the standard of tomorrow. Our deliberation today will have a lasting impact on the global regulatory environment, and I am confident that the outcomes will be transformative. Though I cannot join you physically, my thoughts are with you, and I eagerly anticipate the progress and insight that will emerge from the G20 Standard Dialogue 2023. Together, we can create a better future for our planet and all its inhabitants. Thank you very much.
Now we have the message from Italy by Mr. Riccardo Lama, President General, CEI.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable government officials, regulators, and policymakers, distinguished keynote speakers and panelists, president and secretaries of international standardization bodies, and national committees, good morning. My name is Riccardo Lama, and it is an honor and a pleasure for me to represent CEI, the Italian Electrotechnical Committee, intervening in this G20 related event, which during the years has established itself and, if words have a precise meaning, evolved from a specific, chronologically focused meeting, the summit, to a collective continuous process, the dialogue. The effective interaction of all populations sharing the same planet and following a common vision is the global scenario in which G20 countries in New Delhi have shown their joint commitment in crucial topics such as climate, energy, and equality. According to this commitment, one Earth, one family, one future is the paradigm that we as citizens are expected to follow in our everyday behaviors. But it is also an effective reminder of the values that we, as a professional family, keep practicing in the delivery of international standards. One Earth, one family, one future means sustainability, solidarity, and vision. And these are the focuses of the whole standardization activity. Setting standards means believing that putting in common our collective knowledge will help all of us developing a better industry, building a better society, maintaining a better planet. Systematic, organized knowledge sharing ensured by international standardization bodies ISO, IC, and ITU is helping us reducing collective learning time and increasing global operational effectiveness to be able to avoid unnecessary mistakes and undesirable impacts while pursuing productivity, innovation, and inclusion. So, our zero defect and zero effect common dialogue proposition comes naturally from G20 high-level commitment. As Italian National Committee, we fully adhere to it and are willing to renew our effort to contribute.
We had the privilege of having Mr. Hiroki Oima, Director, International Cooperation for Standards and Conformity Assessment, JISC Japan, here in person with us. However, due to his other engagements, he had to leave early. He has therefore shared his pre-recorded message with us. Team, can we have his message here, please?
Thank you for inviting me to G20 Standards Dialogue 2023 and giving me a wonderful opportunity to discuss standards for sustainability. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Bureau of Indian Standards for organizing this great conference. I apologize for not attending the concluding session in person due to my flight schedule. It was very fun for me to exchange opinions, and there was so much to learn for me. I hope the standards which I introduced in the session will contribute to achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Japan believes that every single international standard is a crystal of our cooperations in various technical fields, and it is essential for the sustainability of humanity. Thank you very much.
And now we have the message from South Africa, Mr. Sadhvir Bisoon, CEO SAPS.
Greetings from South Africa. My name is Sadhvir Bisoon, and I'm the acting CEO of the South African Bureau of Standards. The world is changing at an unprecedented pace, and this presents various challenges and opportunities that we need to embrace in order to secure a sustainable future. Technological advancement, innovation, and sustainability are some of the key areas that we require proactive and collaborative engagement to deliver standardization roadmaps and relevant solutions to meet market needs. As signatories to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, our unwavering and continued commitment to work together and produce standardization solutions has never been more important and urgent. This requires a global, regional, and national standardization community to work more smartly, engage with new stakeholder portfolios, whilst establishing strategic partnerships amongst the private sector, policymakers, and regulators that will enable efficient uptake of relevant and impact-driven standardization solutions. Trust and inclusivity remain key pillars of our standardization value proposition. And as we navigate through a world of many uncertainties, we need to be cognizant of how diverse we are as economies and standardization bodies in the context of capacity, capabilities, infrastructure, and expertise, thereby working together in supporting our mission of global trade and quality solutions that address global challenges. Thank you.
And next, we have the message from USA by Mr. Zoe Trettler, Vice President, ANSI.
Good afternoon, and greetings to all our colleagues from around the globe. My name is Joseph Trettler, and I am Vice President for International Policy at the American National Standards Institute. I apologize that I was unable to join you live today or in person due to a timing conflict with a previous commitment. But it is an honor to join you today and to be invited to speak to you. And I would like to thank our friends at the Bureau of Indian Standards for organizing this important 2023 G20 Standards Dialogue. With the pace of change in emerging technology areas moving at an ever-increasing rate, the standards community must foster an adaptive and responsive environment for diverse stakeholders to coalesce. A larger number of global stakeholders, both government and private sector, are actively engaging in standards processes, resulting in increased attention to inclusive and sustainable standards, development practices, policies, and participation. ANSI joins its colleagues around the world in recognizing the importance of standards to supporting and maintaining innovation, sustainability, and quality. From furthering advanced technologies to facilitating interoperability to protecting our environment, a better tomorrow is built on the foundation of global standards and the collaboration like this event that brings them to fruition. As the U.S. member body to ISO and via the U.S. National Committee to the IEC, ANSI is committed to supporting global standardization efforts that will lead to fewer defective manufacturing outcomes and a more effective, sustainable ecosystem. As always, it is a top priority of ANSI and the U.S. standards community to collaborate with our international counterparts to spur continued progress towards a brighter future through standardization. Thank you.
I thank all the distinguished delegates from the G20 member NSBs for supporting us in our endeavors. And now it's time to invite the G20 invitee countries. The first we have with us Mrs. L. Chamam Bazori, Director, Mauritius Standards Bureau, who is present here in person.
All protocols observed. Good evening, everybody. Namaste. I come from Mauritius, a small island, but a great consumer society. What do we consume? Food, construction materials, vehicles, you just have to name it. We import from India, from Turkey, from China, from Japan, from Korea, and many other countries. We also have regulations in place, just like in all countries, whereby some products have to conform to the requirements of specific standards. Very often, we have products reaching our remote island, and they are found not to conform to the requirements of these specific standards. It doesn't mean always that the products are not good, just like a vehicle, right-hand drive or left-hand drive, both are okay, but what do we need, left or right? So we have these situations in our country. To address these issues, making use of such platforms here, encouraging stakeholder engagement with the Standards Dialogue, whereby when trade happens between any two countries, there is a possibility to communicate and verify the conformity of products is made a reality. Thank you for this. It then becomes the responsibility of not only the trader, but also the manufacturers to learn and to communicate to other stakeholders. So there would be zero defect from the point of import by choosing the right product to be exported, and zero effect at the point where the product has been exported to. Zero effect of non-conformance, zero effect of time wasted, zero effect of shipping back. Remember, we are a very remote island. Shipping back is a big cost. Thus, we commend deeply the BIS for the initiative behind Zero Defect, Zero Effect G20 Standards Dialogue. Thank you, BIS. Thank you, Government of India, for supporting such initiatives.
Thank you, Madam, for being here with us and sharing your insights. And now we have the message from Spain by Mr. Xavier Diaz Garcia, Director General, Spanish Association for Standardization, who is attending the event virtually.
Hello, dear all. Good day to all of you, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear friends of the Bureau of Indian Standards. It's my pleasure to have the opportunity to participate today in this G20 Standardization Dialogue. I'm present as Director General of the Spanish Association for Standardization. My remarks on the role of standards in contributing to sustainability in the framework of this initiative promoted by India on zero defect, zero effects. Let me share with you some related standardization initiatives from Spain, the major one focusing on industry, digitalization of industry, which is an important enabler of the zero defect strategy, and then a reference as well to initiatives on green transition. In Spain, as a result of private-public collaboration, and following the request of the Ministry of Industry of the Spanish government, we developed two Spanish standards on Industry 4.0 management for digitization and requirements assessment. These standards are helping to reduce the existing digital gap, to strengthen industrial sectors, in particular SMEs, transform themselves through the basic requirements and preparing them for digital future challenges. Secondly, we focus on initiatives to enhance visibility and to promote the use of standards to minimize negative environmental effects, which contribute to the zero effect strategy. In this sense, we in UNE in Spain have developed two reports to raise awareness towards private and public sectors on the impact of standardization. The first report refers to the contribution of standards to green transition and is structured around the 8 lines of action contributing to energy efficiency, climate change, sustainable construction, renewable energies, biodiversity, mobility, and sustainable finance and green procurement, just to give a few examples. The second report covers standards in support of circular economy, and it's aimed to organizations and regulators looking for references to implement and validate circularity actions. It contains more than 300 standards in many sectors, including the specific support of each standards to circular economy. All of these initiatives, these from Spain and those from other countries that have been referred to in this session, are highlighting the importance of international standardization and the role of ISO and IC to have a bigger impact on sustainability of our societies at global level. I thank you very much for your attention.
And now we have the pre-recorded message from Singapore by Ms. Saw Koi, Director General, Enterprise Singapore.
Good day, everyone. I'm Saw Cook, Director General, Quality and Excellence Group at Enterprise Singapore. I would like to start by thanking the Bureau of Indian Standards for inviting Singapore Standards Council, which is overseen by Enterprise Singapore, to the G20 Standards Dialogue 2023. It is important that the global standards community come together to co-create and agree on standardization solutions, such as common terminologies, best practices, methodologies, specifications, and management systems to address climate change issues. These solutions will provide pathways for organizations, industries, and governments to achieve their net zero goals. There are three important aspects of the G20 Standards Dialogue 2023 that I believe supports this ambition. First, this dialogue provides an important platform for international and national standards bodies to share and discuss challenges and opportunities to develop global standardization solutions in a timely manner in support of the efforts by ISO, IEC, and ITUT in the area of sustainability. Second, this dialogue provides an opportunity to engage policymakers and the business community on how to enhance the implementation of international standards as a tool to support and accelerate the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals in line with the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Third, this dialogue sheds light on how the global community can come together, leveraging standardization and good regulatory practices to enhance product safety, quality, and sustainability to achieve zero defect and zero effect. We applaud BIS for organizing this very timely dialogue, and I would also like to express my gratitude to BIS for this opportunity to share our remarks on the role of standards in supporting this year's G20 theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future. Thank you.
I thank all the distinguished delegates from G20 inviting countries for supporting us in our efforts towards One Earth, One Family, One Future. Last but not the least, we have the final and the closing remarks by India, and for doing the honors, I request our Director General, BIS, Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari.
Greetings from BIS. It has indeed been a great experience to have organized the G20 Standards Dialogue at New Delhi with the theme Zero Defect, Zero Effect. And I must acknowledge the enthusiastic response and participation this event witnessed from the member countries of G20 and organizations within the country. In course of 3 sessions dedicated to standards for sustainability, technical regulations, and stakeholder engagement, several points for serious consideration and action emerged. To mention a few, the need for finding ways to position standards as facilitators of external trade and not as non-tariff barriers, to evolve mechanisms for integrating sustainability issues with standards, addressing the emerging challenges owing to technological innovations, striking a healthy balance between national interests and international cooperation, while formulating technical regulations and putting in place efficacious processes for stakeholder engagement. The G20 Standards Dialogue has re-emphasized the need for collaboration among the G20 member countries and various other stakeholders, and has reinforced our collective resolve to do so. India is committed to furthering the objective of One Earth, One Family, One Future, and to working together with the international organizations for standardization and all other NSBs and stakeholders. I convey my sincere thanks to all of you for making G20 Standards Dialogue a huge success, and I wish Brazil, who will be taking over the presidency of G20, all great success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. As we draw the curtains on this engaging 2-day event, we are truly impressed by the depth of insight, passion, and expertise that each of the dignitaries and panelists of the various sessions have brought to the table. It has been a remarkable journey of learning and sharing. Our discussions have shed light on the pivotal role that standards play in forging a more sustainable future. We have explored in our industry-specific case studies the evolving regulatory landscape, the importance of global collaboration, and the exciting possibilities that the future holds in this dynamic field. But our work doesn't end here. The knowledge and inspiration we have gathered today should fuel our ongoing efforts towards the mission of One Earth, One Family, One Future. Once again, I thank you for your unwavering commitment to this critical cause. May our journey towards a sustainable world be evergreen. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.